Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hello, testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hello, test. Hello, testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hello, test. Hello, test. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hello, testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hello, test. Hello, testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hello, test. Hello, test. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hello, testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hello, test. Hello, testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hello, test. Hello, test. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hello, testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hello, test. Hello, testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hello, test. Hello, test. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Hello, test. Okay, here we go. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is a test. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3. Okay, here we go. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is a test. Hello, test. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. KL7 Alpha Juliet testing. Okay, there it is across the room. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. KL7 Alpha Juliet testing. Okay, there it is across the room. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. KL7 Alpha Juliet testing. CQ, CQ, CQ. Okay, there it is across the room. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. KL7 Alpha Juliet testing. CQ, CQ, CQ. Okay, there it is across the room. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. KL7 Alpha Juliet testing. CQ, CQ, CQ. Okay. Hello, okay, test. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Belch. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Out there someplace. Hello, hello. Okay, testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. What is the lag time on here? Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Testing. What is the lag? The lag time on here. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Testing. What is the lag? Hello, test. Good afternoon.
Okay.
How are you doing this fine day?
I'm doing pretty good.
Good, good.
That doesn't look very digital.
It is.
Is it?
It's 5:55.
Oh, that's a 555.
Yep. Yep.
Cool. I've always wondered what those are because I've
Yeah.
seen them, you know,
Yep.
talk about
Universal timer.
universal timer. Trying to escape. Ah. Ah. Hi.
Good evening.
Well, hello, Julius.
Oh, it sounds like Priscilla caught our cold, huh?
Oh, something like that.
Yeah, poor thing.
Everybody's in my shop's had it.
Oh, it's going everywhere. I mean, this has been the sickest holiday season I think I can ever remember as far as friends and family from California to Oregon to here. So many people have had RSV
Ah.
or COVID again.
I'm pretty sure what I had was COVID. I mean, I didn't get tested, but it lasted for 4 weeks.
Yeah.
I lost my voice for quite a few days. Just sniffly, sneezy, coffee, achy for weeks.
Mhm.
That was,
Yeah.
and I never used to get sick like that. I had business owner colds, 2 days and always on a weekend and then back to work on Monday.
Yeah. I'm kind of surprised Priscilla's she has an incredible immune system. She
Yeah.
never catches anything. But it looks like she caught a cold.
It's happening to everybody.
Yep.
And yeah, I agree. This was like one of the holiday seasons.
Yep. One of my friends was in the hospital throughout the whole Christmas time. Spent 2 weeks in the hospital. She had RSV, then she got pneumonia.
Mm-hmm.
And then my best friend's kids in Southern California, the whole family down to the baby RSV. And then one of my friends in Portland had RSV, and she just recently got COVID.
Mm-hmm.
And our niece in Portland had COVID, long COVID from a couple years ago, then got RSV 9 days out of work. Is just recovering, and now she's going through COVID again. She's in her 30s.
Man, and them shots don't do a thing.
No,
Nothing.
so anyway, but we've just known so many people have been really sick this holiday season. It's been a rough one.
No fun.
No fun. So you're recovered though. You sound fine.
Oh, this is still not my normal voice. I'm getting close. I worked a pile up last Sunday on 10 meters. I just inadvertently created one.
Well, yeah, you can do that.
Man, all I was doing was doing some POTA hunting, some Parks on the Air guys. And I heard this guy after I was calling this guy. He was on the East Coast. And I couldn't get through. And finally somebody else came in and said, "Hey, go up 5. KL7AJ, go up 5. All right, I'll fight. I went up 5 and he was calling me and I answered him. And it was a hard contact. It was hard. I gave my call sign probably a dozen times before he finally copied it. And in that process, another person came up. Then 3, then 10, then 20. And for an hour and a half, 97 contacts I made, back to back to back to back to back. And I was like, I can't do it anymore. I'm coughing, I was starting to my voice was crackling, and I was like, I can't do this. I got to give my voice a rest. I'm so sorry.
We had, back in 1987, we had one of those phenomenal openings, and
Yeah.
that's what I did. Matter of fact, I worked all states on Sideman, so let me try it on AM, and I did it again.
I did it again. I have yet to make an AM contact on 10 meters.
Oh.
I go up there every time, and I call, and I've yet to make a single contact on 10 meter AM. I'll keep trying.
Yep. Smile, you're on candid camera.
Yeah.
Well, Gordon
Here we
Gordon
are.
West may be watching us today because you know he Gordo, he writes all those reader training books. So
Oh,
Okay, have people been able to see the screen because?
they are now, but now they
because-
went to darker
Yeah,
colors.
because it doesn't really show on the screen here. It just looks like a whiteboard with just shadows of writing. And I just don't know whether it's actually better on YouTube than it is right here.
Well, try it again.
You see, it's like,
it's a contrast. If you have the whiteboard and a dark background, the contrast will struggle to come through.
okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's very
this
readable.
This looks
Yeah,
better
that's
today.
very readable.
Last week it did not look so good. So, okay. So what's on the agenda today, Eric?
We're going to talk about the 555 universal timer chip.
Okay, and that means nothing to me, but I'm excited for you.
There we go. That's 555 chip.
And what do people use this particular chip for?
For creating very precise timing.
It's eight-legged. It's like a little spider.
So Archie said he'd be a little late, but didn't hear from James, so I'm sure he'll probably be here.
What an eclectic crew the three of us make.
Eclectic.
I'll tell you. Vastly different backgrounds and ages and everything. It's just neat. I was surprised and shocked even that it was 9:30 when I left here the other night. We were sitting, it felt like 2 minutes went by and it was 30, you know? We were just chatting and talking. You're going to tell us what's inside of this thing, huh?
Well, actually, we can.
Just curious, you know?
Yeah, let me print out the actual schematic. I've got that upstairs.
We don't have to go into great detail, but I've always wondered what's inside of one of these.
Let me,
All it does is count. At least that's all I know about it. Little tiny ones too. Yeah, I was so afraid coming into this class. I lack any formal education to speak of. Being a proud graduate of the West Virginia school system, barely. So the math and all these things are very difficult for me. It's
Yeah, it's like, it's even the math that I knew is gone.
Yeah.
It's
oh,
all leaked out.
if you don't use it, you lose it, huh?
Right, it's so true. It's like if you ask me to do trigonometry problems, sorry, that's not happening anymore.
This has been fun though. I've learned so much from Eric. He's been a big help.
Oh, I'm glad.
When I helped him move, he gave me one of his old antenna towers, and I just, man, that was just like the greatest thing. It's the one I've got up at my house right now, and talking all over the world on that silly thing.
This is slightly unrelated.
Is it?
There was just somebody posting, NASA can communicate from billions of miles away and I lose Wi-Fi in my kitchen.
Yeah. NASA can't do much of anything right now. They're struggling.
Yeah.
You look at what Elon Musk has done in spite of NASA, not because of anything NASA has done to help.
And now China's in the race. They just successfully, they're trying to compete with Starlink.
Starlink, yeah.
So they're planning on, they just did the first all solid fuel rocket launch.
Oh, interesting.
And they're, I think they're catching up, and pretty soon they could have hundreds of thousands of their own satellites, and it'll be interesting to see what kind of interference they can create.
They definitely have some catching up to do, because I saw a video this morning of two guys in Texas chatting with each other on their cell phones, and they were only connected to a satellite. No ground-based antenna at all. Direct to satellite from a standard cell phone.
From a standard cell phone.
Yes. A standard cell phone, and they were sitting there texting back and forth through a satellite.
Mhm.
That is going to put the cell tower people out of business here real soon. Eventually.
As long as we don't have Star Wars where people are like shooting satellites out of the sky.
Yes. Well, they'd have to shoot a lot of them down.
Well, that's true.
Boy.
Yeah, I don't know.
Starlink is well over 1,000.
Mm-hmm.
And I think their goal is 1,800 or something.
Yeah, and then
like that.
China's goal is like, I forget what.
Thousands.
I read,
Several upstarts have just quit. There were several other companies, I can't remember their names off the top of my head, that were going to be launching constellations, and Starlink just dashed all their hopes.
Mm-hmm.
There was nobody that could launch as many satellites as cheap. I mean, like the closest second was 10 times the cost. The cost that SpaceX has accomplished is crazy.
Mm-hmm.
You look at NASA for a comparable launch was like $1 billion, and SpaceX could do it for like 200 million.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's a big difference.
Big difference.
Same payload.
Did you hear about that private mission to the moon that was taking the remains of a bunch of famous people, plus lots of very expensive experimental stuff? And they
lost it.
They didn't lose it. They lost propulsion. They lost the charge for their. They couldn't get the sunlight.
The solar panels weren't aimed the right way.
Yeah.
And their batteries died.
Yes.
So let me see if I can figure out a couple things here. These are resistors. I don't see any diodes or anything in here, but there's an awful lot of transistor looking things.
Yep, sure.
These are transistors.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Lots of transistors.
Yep.
And then this one, well, they're connected very oddly.
Yes. It's differential pairs.
Yeah. Ground. That's just showing where it's going to ground, right?
Yep.
And that's an output.
Yep.
So the output is pulses. I don't want to jump ahead. I don't mean to jump ahead, but the output is a square wave pulse.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And it has two fundamental modes. There's a lot of other modes, but the two ones are an astable multivibrator, which is a self-running clock, and then you have a one-shot or a bistable or a monostable multivibrator where you trigger it and it stays there for a period of time and it switches back. So it's used for a timer, like turn a light on and you want to stay on for 15 minutes or whatever.
That's what you would program it to do.
Yeah. And the only programming is two little resistors here. Well, what we can do is I can get you started putting one of them together here.
Okay.
Here's the schematic here.
Wait a minute. We're going to build one of these?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here's a 555.
Yeah.
And they're ordered just like any op amp. You start with a little dot at the corner, and that's your go around counterclockwise. That's your index. So you number from the top counterclockwise from the dot.
So there's the dot?
There's the dot.
And you want it at the top?
Yeah, you set up at the lower left corner.
Oh, lower left corner.
Lower left corner, and then you go around counterclockwise.
So it's on the lower right corner right now, if I'm looking at what I think is a
Hey,
dot.
wait.
Yeah.
Counterclockwise or count?
Yeah, lower, right there.
Okay, so that's lower right.
Oh, you said,
But it'll fit in there. I like that.
Okay.
And we'll do it like all the other op amps we've done.
90% of what he says like, oh yeah, it's just this. And I'm like, no,
I don't know.
nope, sure don't.
You need to speak.
Oh,
to
James
us.
is on, James is on his way too.
Okay.
Good. You need to speak to everybody as if they
No,
know nothing.
no.
No, we've done this all before. So.
Yeah, this is all
Okay.
good. Yep.
Yeah, we've done that. We spent a whole couple of weeks
So-
on these breadboards here. So.
I just like hanging out with smart people, which isn't hard for me to
okay.
do.
So I can go in my professorial mode. So this is a 555 op amp. It is designed for creating precise timing. And it basically works with the RC time constant that we all are very familiar with. So this is a capacitor here, and here's a resistor. So when it charges, it charges this capacitor through both these resistors. And when it discharges, it only discharges through this one. So if this, you can change the duty cycle of on to off by changing the ratio of those. But what we usually do is we start with this one with a very low value, and then we use this one and that one for main timing. And then we can play around with R1 later on. So I'll give you we'll make that 1K, we'll make that 10K.
So you say I can plug this directly into this board and go from there?
Yes.
And it'll, okay.
And you remember how to do get your power put up to there. It's better if you straddle the slot in the middle there.
There we go.
Yeah, and you can keep the
That makes more
power
sense.
buses separate. And actually, why don't we do it over here? Because this is all going to be 5 volts.
All right.
And you get enough jumpers there. And we go.
All right.
Resistor leaders.
There's some resistors and capacitors sitting here.
Okay, and here's some 1K resistors, and here's some 10K resistors. I think. When in doubt, measure. Trust but verify, right?
Always. And you said we're going to do 5 volts on all these?
Yeah. So yeah, 5 volt supply
One.
here and round down there.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yep, we use all 8 pins.
Now, you told me my mark is down here in the lower right-hand corner. So how do we know which pins are which?
Okay, so go and count clockwise. That's pin 1,
One.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Perfect. Okay, so this is number 1. And that's just going to go to ground. All right. That I can do.
So you notice they aren't ordered sequentially inside the chip here.
Say that again?
The numbers are not ordered sequentially inside the chip. These numbers refer to what they physically are there.
Physically, okay. And okay, there's the resistors.
Yep.
So we're going to go between 8 and 7
Yep.
with a resistor.
Yep. And then make sure you connect all 8. These are all in parallel here, and 2 and 6 are parallel.
Okay.
And I need to get you a link of 1 for that guy there.
All right, so 7 and 8.
original .01s. It'll actually work without them, that they help stabilize.
That's your capacitor. There's two capacitors?
Yeah.
Okay.
And,
All right,
and this is the 1 microfarad.
8
these
is going to
guys.
go 4.
You're doing a fine job.
Let me know when you want.
Yes.
You need to aim that way.
Full screen over here.
So we're going to go to power.
Would your viewing audience be able to see what he's doing better if I went around the other side? Or
Oh,
do you think they can
I
see?
think for now it's going to be good.
Between 7 and 2. Now you said the R2 resistor should be the higher value one?
That is correct.
Okay. So between 7 and 2 is the higher value resistor?
Yep.
Okay.
That is correct. And make sure you get the jumper between 2 and 6. And between 8 and 4.
All right, so we're going to go between 1, 2, which is right there. 7, which is right there.
Eventually we'll have 3 or 4 cameras going here, so like a whole Hollywood production of it.
I would have combed my hair
Lights,
if I'd have known
camera,
you were going to be on video. There you go.
You see, have decent audio there. The audio was really lousy last week. I heard somebody say, I couldn't understand a thing you say it, so we got a nice.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
All right, and that is between 7 and 2. And then we go between 2 and 6 with a jumper. 2 and 6. 5, 6.
Yeah, you just tilt and pan that thing. There we go. And by the way, this thing's not real solid, so you can actually do that too.
Okay.
4, 5, and 6.
In the meantime, we should take a picture of this lovely tube. Isn't that a lovely tube?
Oh, that is a
It's a
lovely.
gorgeous tube.
Oh my goodness. That is beautiful.
It's a 4-1000A, so we're going to be building this monster transmitter.
6, C1.
A little class project.
Okay, so C1 is going to be which capacitor?
That is these guys here.
The larger ones?
Okay. Electrolytic, yeah.
And they're
1 microfarad.
1 microfarad.
1 microfarad.
They're polarized, so ground is going to be
Ground should be
opposite from the stripe.
No,
Is that
ground is
positive?
the stripe.
Ground is the stripe.
Ground is the stripe.
Okay.
Except for tantalum capacitors. The stripe is positive. So
Of course.
don't ask me why.
Of course, there's got to be a caveat to everything.
Yes.
So 6 is going to go to ground through this capacitor.
Through the capacitor, yes.
All right.
Is there anything unusual here that you should be explaining, pointing out
Well,
to anybody here?
you can just listen to it, to him mumbling and rumbling as he's putting this together.
So that can go right here. And that is number 6. 4, 5, and 6.
So eventually, when we get another cameraman in here, you can do the Van and White thing.
Ding, 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 ding. Jeopardy had a question last night that was, this city in Alaska has been home to the Midnight Sun Festival for such and such years. And Fairbanks.
Yeah, of course.
It was on Jeopardy last night.
I would
Number
have actually
5
gotten
is going to
that
go to
one
ground.
correct, and I've only been here since April.
You would have known that?
Well, Jeopardy was up here, about 10 years ago, and I went through the first two levels there, and I washed out in the third one.
You did what now?
Well, they had
Oh,
auditions
tryouts.
yeah, so.
No,
Went
you're
through-
telling me you didn't ace that stuff?
Well, the stuff I didn't ace was all the
Popular,
yeah,
yeah, right.
yeah,
That's the same
all
stuff
the
I'd
popular
messed.
culture stuff which I
Yes.
washed out on.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is also going to go to ground. None of these wires can touch, which is an awful lot of fun for me. That's 2, 3, 4, 5. You too can go to ground.
These little guys are surface mount 555s, exactly the same circuit.
I'm not the last one here, all right.
You're not.
You're
Or maybe you are.
Archie said he's
Maybe.
going to be late, so
Okay.
we are building 555 timers. So if you just want to observe,
Sure.
here, there,
pull up a comfy chair and
Yeah.
go and come to you. Yeah.
So it's in.
Timer, huh?
Yep.
Yeah. All right. 3. Where does? Oh, that's your 3
That's
is your
your
output.
So you could just put a kind of a bare wire out there that
Yeah.
we can snag onto.
I'll put a just in this size is good, right?
Yeah, that's
That'll
fine.
work. And that's number 3, which
Yeah,
is
you can just kind of hang out there just to
here.
give you something to stick a scope probe on.
There it is. So this should be our output.
That's our output. And I tell you what, why don't you put another one in for ground so we can hang our scope.
If you would like me to put one in ground, I will put one in. I'll even put a green one in.
There we go. Green is ground. Oh no! What does that mean? Speaker is speaking.
Without permission. All right, let's check my work here.
Look
I
here.
think I've got everything in there. So number 1,
It looks like it's still going. Whatever that means it's fully charged. Maybe that's
there you go. Number 1 is going to ground, which it does. Number 3, number 2 is going through a resistor connected to 7, 6, 7, which it is. Number 4 is connected to we got a +5, and it jumpers over to 8, which is correct. 8 has a resistor as well going to 7, which it does. And then 2 and 6 are connected. Do I have 2? 1, 2, and 6. 1, 5, 6 are connected. And then we got a capacitor from 6 to ground. 5, 6 to ground. And then 5 also to ground. All right.
okay.
Check my work.
Okay. Well, I will check your work with a functional.
I builded stuff.
Here we go. Connect ground to ground and.
Didn't bring my work glasses. I should have brought my work glasses. I'm blind as a bat within an arm's length of anything, but I can see far away like nobody's business.
Okay.
All right, we are connected,
So
sir.
now we are connected, and what we can do is we can turn the power on and see what happens.
All right, so if the smoke comes out.
It shouldn't be too much smoke. Here we go.
Whoa.
There's your square wave,
Yep.
okay. at that.
Look at
It's
that.
producing a beautiful square wave.
It is producing a beautiful square wave.
Why
Okay.
don't we turn it this way?
Just
So-
tilt
Oh,
it a
yes,
little
we
bit
can
there.
certainly do that. We can certainly do that.
Lovely.
And we can increase the time base a little bit.
So that's a pretty clean looking signal,
Yeah, it is.
like a really clean looking
That's what it
signal.
is. And well, tell you what, tell me exactly what the frequency is there. We have all these wonderful tools here to figure that out. So
80 hertz.
we can do it the old fashioned way, or we can use it, cheat
Well,
and use the timer.
I'm reading the display at the bottom. What's 80 hertz mean? Is that
Oh, well, very good.
no math required.
Oh, well.
He said any tools that we have available.
Yes. Okay. Well, very good.
The other thing I remembered you talking about is the scale. So it's like
Yeah.
2.5 milliseconds.
Yeah. And what we can also do
Yep.
is, this has some other really cool features here. We expand this thing out here.
Uh-huh.
We can see how fast that rise time is.
Wow.
And
Okay.
it actually has a, let's see, measure, channel 1, and frequency, peak to peak, minimum, maximum, mean, RMS, rise time. So we can do that. And 73 nanoseconds between where it starts coming
So
up.
73 nanoseconds is
Fast,
very fast.
which is what we want.
And when I'm trying to remember how many nanoseconds it was when we were doing the measurement on that. It was like,
Well, light travels approximately a foot per nanosecond.
okay, so that's
I think
very
that was like
fast.
34.
Wasn't it?
nanoseconds
Yeah,
or
you're
something
right.
Like that.
So that's the distance speed or light would
And that was
travel
half.
in a second,
Yeah.
or in the 34 nanoseconds.
Yep.
Wow.
And I think it has a fall time. It does. It has a
Yeah.
fall time too. So we can
So
look at the
73
fall time.
nanoseconds.
And the fall time is, we have to get the fall time on the screen there. Yeah, let's do this here.
I need a drink of water.
Certainly. It's coming. Yeah, let me try it. There we go. I think we can,
Wow. Wife made sloppy joes for dinner, but I think they were salty joes.
okay, so we go back to measure and channel 1 and we got the fall time. Rise time and fall time.
In fact, I barely make it home before I fall asleep.
Okay.
I'm usually up
Yeah, fall time's about the same.
Yeah.
That's that's about 80 nanoseconds, so about the same. So
Gives me a head start on things because the East Coast, I do a lot of business with the East Coast. I can start working from home early in the morning.
That's when I used to do play the stock market. I was
Yeah.
always up around 4:30.
It's funny. I was talking to a close friend that I worked for when I was in OK Lumber back in the day. That's probably before you were even alive. But he came into the shop today, and great seeing him again.
Nice.
All the owners are gone, passed away. That was my first civilian job out of the Air Force.
Oh, really?
OK Lumber.
okay, so let's do a little derivation of this. A lot of timing circuits, you want a very sharp pulse. You don't need all the rest of stuff. All you need to know is the leading edge.
Just the first
The
initial
leading edge.
Okay.
So,
Would that be called a trigger?
yeah, we use it for triggering it.
Okay.
So we start with a square wave, and the way we get a leading edge is we run this output into a thing called a differentiator. I remember the integrator that we had last week sometime or earlier, which is just a low pass filter.
Mm-hmm.
This is just the opposite. This is actually a high pass filter, but you pick a very, very small value of capacitance here
Mm-hmm.
and moderate value resistance. So what we're going to do here is we're going to experiment with different values of teeny tiny capacitors.
Okay.
And I've got my little thing. And let's use a 1,000 ohm resistor to ground. And we'll start with until we get the sharpest looking spike that we can get.
All right.
And probably do that while it's still live. You can even drag that over here and
So
put it into this.
So take this off
Yeah,
for a
take
moment.
it off there. And poke that into one of these.
Sure.
So it gives you a convenient place to look. And then so we'll put that 1K resistor to ground. And we'll start with the smallest value here, like 47 picofarads.
We got to go to ground. I'm going to go up this way then.
Okay.
Put us a little closer to where we need to be.
Okay, cool.
All right.
So we're going to series capacitor.
Which you want to use this
And
one?
we'll use, what's the smallest one we got? There's 100 picofarads there.
All right.
We'll find one there. And again, we're at 1K to ground on this side here. And then we're going to measure what we have at this point.
And then use one of these.
Let's see, the blue ones are 1K.
You want to use one of
Oh, wait.
these?
No, you're right. Yeah, those blue ones are 10K.
Okay, this is one.
Yep.
And then we want this to go to ground.
Yep.
Now, where are we going to measure from now?
Well, we're going to measure at the junction between
Okay.
the capacitor and the resistor.
Okay. I need smaller hands or bigger electronics.
And you're like,
There we go. All right, I'm just going to go to ground.
Yep.
No, that's not ground. That's ground.
that's ground. Yeah.
Time out.
It's low voltage here. When we start building our big transmitter, that's when we get the nice fireworks.
All right, we are to ground.
Okay,
So we got a warbly thing going on over there, but we're not connected.
yeah,
So,
connected. So,
so you're saying you want to go between?
Yeah.
So
between
I'll
the-
just grab a.
You can actually clamp it right on this.
Oh,
thing.
just right on that one?
Yeah.
Yeah. Does the same thing as
Yep.
going between them.
Yep. Okay, so let's turn this up a bit. And okay. I saw some little spikes. Oh, okay. We need to play around with the triggering here a bit. You see some of these random spikes here.
Yep,
so
I
what
see
we need to do is trigger that. Slow this down a bit. Okay, so let's since it's such a short spike, it's going to be a little erratic. So let's put a little bit more capacitance in there. Let's go to 220 picofarads.
Where'd you say 220?
220.
There's not a positive or negative. This
No,
isn't polarized at all.
Ceramic capacitors. So
Right. No polarity on this.
no polarity. Okay, there.
That's a
little
cleaner
more,
looking
little more stable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's trying to measure a spike every.
Well,
30, what was it?
What did we come up? The frequency was 80
megahertz, 80 hertz.
hertz. So then
I think it was like
1 over 80 is about every every 1.2 microsecond or milliseconds.
Oh.
Yeah, can't quite.
I don't know, it was nanos, wasn't it?
Nanos.
No, that was our fall time. That's not the spacing
Oh,
between.
wow.
That was the actual.
Oh, the
rise and
spacing
fall.
between them.
Yeah.
80 hertz.
Okay, let's see, we're running at. Tell you what, let's replace that resistor with a 10K. Make the time constant a little bit longer.
Right? Alright, so we're gonna go from here. To, yeah.
Okay, that's a little more profound now. Yeah, okay, see that nice looking spike there. Okay. And you see this is a RC time constant. This curve down here is a discharging capacitor.
So that's the like bell curve at the bottom there,
Yep,
where it just slowly sweeps out.
Yep.
So it's a straight up,
Yep.
virtually straight up line.
Yeah.
Initially.
Yeah.
And then a fade.
Okay. Let's increase the frequency a bit. How would we do that?
How would we increase the frequency? Well, you mentioned that you program it with resistor 1 or 2.
So that's 2 is 10K there. Let's put a 1K there as well. That'll make it 10 times as fast. So if you want to replace the blue resistor with.
That's not hard at all.
That's not hard at all. You might want to turn the power off.
Yeah, before we're going to arc something for sure here. All right, so we're going to take this one out and put this one in.
That is right.
All right.
So now this is going to be 1 and 1. So then our duty cycle is not going to be. Our duty cycle is going to be 2 to 1.
That's coming from 7 to 2. All right, I'm just double checking because.
So our duty cycle is not going to be 50%. It's going to be like 70%, I believe, around there.
All right. All you electronics pretend you're siblings in the back seat of the car, and you're not allowed to touch each other. Stop touching me.
Okay, we have liftoff. There we go.
Don't make me turn this circuit board around.
Yeah. There we go. Okay, so it's a little more. Now we also have the negative pulses there, because we're getting both the leading and the trailing edge there. So how would we get rid of the negative side?
The negative side is a capacitive discharge. So if it's a softer curve, it wouldn't measure it as a spike, or am I not thinking?
No. What we're doing is on a square wave, when we go positive, we get a positive spike. On the negative, we get the negative spike. So how would you eliminate the negative spikes?
How would you eliminate the negative spikes? On a square wave?
Well, where do you think you might put it?
Well, I would guess number 5. Put a different capacitor on number 5.
Nope.
Okay.
That'll just change the time constant.
That's
change
just
the frequency or make
that's
it,
just altering something inside the chip. So we need to do something external from the chip.
External to the own chip to get rid of
the ground.
Yep. What would you suggest?
Increase the capacitance here.
No, that's just going to make incremental changes. We need to totally wipe out the bottom side.
Huh. Well, totally wipe out the bottom side. No?
You flip this upside down.
I seem to remember us talking about how that was done before.
There.
Yeah, it's gone.
They figured it out.
There you go.
There we go. Perfect. Excellent.
This is, hang on now, this is a diode?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
We're gonna
there's
put
a
a
couple of ways
diode.
you could do this. I would at first put the diode right here. Okay, let's see what that does.
I haven't seen it yet. There we go.
Oh.
So you have a diode and a resistor going to ground after the capacitor.
Yep.
We're going to turn that off. We're running out of place to put ground things here. All right, so we're going to put a diode here. So a diode allows voltage to flow one direction. This is going to be, how do I put this in the circuit?
Try it one way, and we'll experiment.
Okay. We're going to try it this way first.
That's why it's called experimenting, right?
Yeah.
Another way of saying
I
it's
got a
not
friend
too
mine-
worried about you breaking it if it's in backwards.
A friend of mine who's a lawyer, and he says, "How long have you been practicing law?" I said, "I don't practice law. I got it right the first time."
Look at that. Well, there's still
There's still a
just
little bit there. It's for the most part, it's done the job. You know,
It's mostly gone.
mostly gone.
Now remind me why that works.
Because it's during the
Oh,
negative
'cause
peaks
it
there.
can't flow back.
This is actually shorting it out. Shorting the signal out.
Gotcha.
Now, if you want a little more isolation, what we could do is put another diode in series this way too. Yeah, right in there.
So if we were to observe the square wave at this point,
Go ahead.
what would it look like?
Go ahead, look.
Okay.
You can leave it live. All you have to do is move the scope to the beginning of to the
Right over here.
right over there. Yep.
Oh, I just read on this
Yeah.
side even. Yeah. Okay. So what have we done to the square wave? Nothing.
Now, first of all, when we change that resistor there,
Yeah.
we increase frequency, but it changed the duty cycle, so it's no longer square.
Much correct. It's a trapezoidal.
So it's not, but it's not evenly spaced. Not evenly spaced.
Your on and off cycle
Yeah.
is what you're talking
Right.
about. So the off cycle is shorter and the on cycle is longer.
Yep.
Okay.
We're just throwing big words around to make ourselves sound more photosynthesis.
Yep. Now, if you want to get really fancy, let's go to dual channel. Leave that where it was, and we'll look at the output. So turn on channel 2 there, and put that on the spikes.
You can monitor both.
There we go.
Whoa.
Come on, share. There's enough wire to go around over both of you. There we go.
Okay.
All right, so look at how that lines up.
Wow.
Yep.
That is very cool.
Oh,
So those triggers are only triggering
Triggering only- on the
on the
positive edge.
on the positive edge,
Yep.
and it's ignoring the negative edge
Yep.
now.
Yep.
And that trigger is happening every approximately. Well, it's jumping around a little bit,
The
but
frequency
6,
is
8.
80, 85. No, it's 285 hertz now.
Yeah, so 285 hertz.
Yep.
And the rise time is 6-7 nanoseconds.
Did we leave that on there? Yeah, we did. Okay, yeah. Okay.
6 to 7 nanoseconds.
Yep.
Now, how accurate would that be of a clock for if you were?
Other than crystal control is probably the most
Probably.
accurate
Is it?
clock you can get. But we can measure that.
So when they're talking about, I know I've heard the term thrown around my shop, circuit timing.
Yeah.
Is that
Yeah.
this?
Yeah. So what would we use for reference to find out how accurate that is?
Go to 5 megahertz and go to the world clock. That
Okay,
would be
you can do
very
that.
accurate, but
The problem is, they only work at so many frequencies, 5, 10, 15, 20. But you can start an excess thing, which you know is a really, really accurate clock.
oscilloscope?
No, you got
Frequency
another reference
generator.
and use a comparison. So we compare the two. And so what we can do here is we can Archie's here. Now, a couple of ways we can do this. We can, there we go. My lab assistant is. So we can either use lissajou patterns, where I show you you set up the scope for an X and Y, and you look at the one axis is the reference and one there. Or you could just use dual channel here. So what we can do here is let's take, this looks like a square wave itself, since that's, the spikes are going to be the same frequency as square wave. And we'll put this guy in here. And what we will do now is.
Oh, you're going to overlay that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So what we can do here is just make it a little more accurate. We'll make this a square wave as well. And now what we do is we change the frequency. And to where what we think it was, let's see, that was
285.
285, okay. So we go to
285.6.
to
Temptation galore.
and 0.6.
I built a clock.
Squirt.
Okay.
Did you? Wow.
Now we're modulating.
And now we're comparing a signal generator with the output from this to see how accurate it is.
And so if we scoot it one direction, it drifts the other way. So we adjust till there's no more drift.
Uh-huh.
And then we look at frequency here, 285.7. Pretty doggone close.
Yep.
Oh, wow.
Did you see this, Julius?
Dead on.
We're showing the drift between two frequencies. So if I have two different sources here, and I'm changing my reference here, and they drift like that. So you just adjust it till it stops moving.
And so the only difference between those two is the duty cycle, right? That's why.
Well, but duty cycle is not going to change the fundamental frequency.
Right.
285. Oh, wow.
That's just why they look
Yeah.
different shapes.
Yeah.
Or different heights and widths.
Now, if we want to change the duty cycle back to 50% again, what we would do is we would reduce this to maybe 100 ohms or less, so it should be a small fraction.
That was this resistor that I put in between 2 and
Yeah. So
5.
so you want 2
and
between 8 and 7 actually. So we'd want to reduce that to
between
like 100 ohms. Yeah. So
What is it now? What's the
well,
resistor now?
let's see. These are both 1,000.
Oh, wow.
So the RTC time constant, if we know this, we can pretty well figure out what that is, right? Remember how to do RC time constants? Resistance times the capacitance.
so we started with that little 555 chip.
Yep.
And then I just put the resistors and capacitors where he drew it on the board, and then it produced a beautiful little square wave.
Yeah. What's in the chip? Crystal?
What's in the chip? That's
That's
in
the
the
same thing.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
And you gave me that.
Yeah.
A whole bunch of transistors and a few resistors, and and this is your output.
So was this an op amp? Is that what that is?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, cool. And then
This is your output, which we're measuring right here.
Ooh.
That's the output.
Nice.
And then you get, and then just all those resistors and capacitors are jumpered.
So what we're showing first is we can how we can differentiate the signal to get just the leading edge. And so we turn that up there. See those little spikes there. Those are trigger spikes.
And that's
So,
what this is doing.
so we're
The
just using
diode, resistor to capacitor. Going to ground. I'm measuring the output before the capacitor and between the capacitor and the diode and resistor.
Oh.
And that's where those spikes are. We're looking for just where it turns on,
Mm-hmm.
where the voltage spikes on
Right.
the front of the square wave.
Right.
And then when we first did it, it was measuring spikes, positive, negative, they were bouncing all over. So we added this diode,
Right.
and that prevented the spikes on the negative side,
Right.
and we just got the spikes on the upward parts of the.
Wow.
Now I'll show you what's really cool with this scope here.
Now you're on the photo. Yep.
Okay, so it stores that, you know, and then we can store that waveform and then use it
Oh.
compared to something else. So
That's like in the background now.
yeah,
Like on the
yeah. So
screensaver.
let's see, I can. Let's see, save.
And that's after
No,
it's gone all through the op amp and everything. That's the
Yep.
okay. That's
Yep. So let's see, reference.
That's just how you tell the.
Oh,
how,
I still
how
have one in there.
perform.
Oh,
is
okay.
the different. You put different value resistors.
Really?
Yeah.
And that changes the parameters of the 555.
So what we can do here,
Wow.
let me give you a 5 kW pot, and then we can twiddle that around, and then you can see 5 kW.
I can twiddle some pot.
You can twiddle some pot.
That was what you're calling it.
Yeah. Very cool.
LM555.
Here's a
So we're
20K
gonna
pot.
we're gonna replace
What you
one
do,
of the
we'll replace this guy with this pot. and
between 7 and 8,
yeah, between 7 and 2.
7 and 2. So that's
Between
this
7 and 2, and we're only going to be using 2 of these. So you're going to use a middle one and one of the outer ones.
either one of the outer ones.
That's
Yep.
one of the adjustable ones.
Yep.
And you
Okay. So
And you might want to pull the plug on that.
let me see. Yeah, I'll do that for sure. Just trying to see how I could most easily do this.
Well, what you can do is rather than trying to cram the pot there, put the pot here, then just
And
use
then
some
just
jumper wires.
jumper wires.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Breadboards are
I
made to be
keep forgetting how perfect this breadboard lets everything plug in.
Yep.
All right. So we want to go from here.
7 and 2 on that side this time. Is that what it is?
1, 2. When you're home. There it goes. We'll put that one. It doesn't matter. So we're going to put this one in the middle.
Yep.
Okay. And then either leg will adjust.
Yep. I'll get a twiddle stick too. Twiddle it. Archie had a.
Would you?
Oh, yeah.
When Ezra was over here, you know all the major.
I was talking about my twiddler stick there. Guys.
Here's an official pot twiddler, and I like these ones because they're recessed in there, so you can.
So are you saying we put that in here?
Between here, yeah. Replace that.
So we have a variable resistor now between.
How did you does that look different right here on this op amp? Like one's on one side and the other one's on the other side. How does that look?
1, 2, 3, 4,
Oh.
5, 6, 7, 8.
Oh, okay.
All op amps.
That's exactly.
One. Oh,
Yeah. Yeah, they aren't in order here, but that's the order that we want.
I
Those numbers.
But yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Nice.
Yep.
Okay.
And there's a little. If you look right
Can you really see that?
there's a dot.
Is there?
There's
Oh.
a dot right there.
Mm-hmm.
That tells you that that's the lower right hand side.
Oh.
That's number 1 on a 555 chip.
Lower right hand side. Okay. Wow.
Well, except if you put it this way. I usually go for lower left and then go around, so remember. Because if you look where the printing is on them, if you look at the label on most of them, that's how they look.
I don't even
How
know
is
there's
it labeled?
printing on there. I can almost see.
We get the
Yeah.
magnifying glass.
Do they usually want you to start at the lower right or the top left?
So if you look, it says 555 there and 555P.
Clear as can be. Texas Instruments. So when you're visualizing this
Yeah.
thing, it should be in this
Yeah.
configuration, not the way we
Oh.
have to do it on here.
Yeah.
Oh, we do?
To make it work.
fit?
To make it work,
Yeah.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah. Beautiful. Wow.
Okay, so we can go power on.
Go power
and
on.
you've got that froze, so.
Okay. Well,
Run.
yes, let's put in run, okay?
And boom, here we go.
Okay. So now, let's remove that channel. And you can twiddle that and see how far we can change the frequency on that. And that's a 10-turn pot, so you can.
Okay, so it can.
Ooh. Science. Wow.
So that's going to increase the number of triggers per second. I
Yep.
see our hertz is slowly changing. We're up to 100 right now.
Yep.
So I could get this adjusted to pretty close to like 100 hertz if I
Actually,
real.
if you go all the way up, you should
Yeah.
you can get up probably to 100 kilohertz if you keep going.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. I fell off. Or I've maxed it, one or the other. Nope.
Wow, look at that.
We just went through the
Fire resistor.
2-meter band. No, that's
Oh, there you
hertz.
go.
Not kilohertz.
Yeah, what are we at now? Kilohertz?
No, not yet.
Oh, still at hertz. Wow. Oh, yeah, that changes quickly. Yeah. Oh.
So the duty cycle now is like it's barely off for a
Yeah.
split
So
second.
what you need to do is to get the duty cycle back to 50%, we need to reduce R1 to
Ah,
low value.
awesome.
Now let me. There's a lower limit to what that could be, but
Yeah, actually, it stopped changing.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it'll respin when you hit the end. It doesn't have a hard stop. That's what kind of tripped me out the last time I was.
So it'll go up to 991 hertz.
Is it?
Yeah.
Now, if you want to put a much smaller capacitor where the electrolytic is, we can really get that thing up there. Let's
A
get
much
the duty
smaller?
Let's put that in position of R1. That'll get the duty cycle back to 50% or thereabouts. These chips were a major innovation when they came out. They were, greatly simplified stuff.
Well, if you had to build that
Oh, right.
versus just plugging it in, yeah, that's a lot of transistors.
Yeah.
All right, so that is between 8 and 7.
That is correct.
Okay.
Broke. Okay. Okay, that's we probably exceed the limit. Yeah, they usually recommend not going to less than 1,000 ohms on that. So I gave you 100. So let's put the 1,000 back in there. But we want to get the frequency up. So let us change that capacitor, the electrolytic capacitor, to let's see here, 0.1. Tell you what, I can do that. Change that to a 0.022. It's going to be.
You know what? We might have had a false reading there too. I think this may have grounded or touched.
It's certainly possible.
Okay.
But let's move this up in frequency. So what we're doing is reducing our time constant here. So we're going to be a little key. You start out with 1 microfarad here and going to 0.01 or 0.02.
Okay.
And so it'll be much higher frequency now.
Do we raise or lower the?
It'll rate, if you remember the RC time constant, the frequency is the RC time constant is the time, so frequency is the inverse of period. So, so the shorter the time constant, the higher frequency.
All right, that capacitor is going to ground, that capacitor is going to ground, yes. All right, so one of them is on, we're going from 7, no, 6.
6 to ground.
6 to ground, and
And this one we aren't changing that.
6 to ground,
That was that one.
and 5 to ground.
Yeah, the 5 to ground is this one, and we aren't going to
This
change
one.
that.
Okay, that was good. So we're
non-negotiable.
going, we're just going from 6 to ground, which is right here. Okay, so yeah, nothing's touching, but I can see.
There we go.
Whoa.
Okay, so you're up there in a higher frequency. Now I got a super short duty cycle.
Yeah.
So what we can do, yeah, go ahead and twiddle that thing. So, twiddle that thing.
I remember back when I could see.
Good times.
It's changing the value at like very slowly.
Very slowly.
Huh.
It's probably maxed it by now. It does the same thing down too,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Okay,
So
go clear that back the other way.
all the other way,
All the way, all the way down.
all the way out. Oh, there we got something.
There we go.
Okay, so right about
Yeah.
29. Oh, we're jumping around a little bit here.
Okay, we're about 30 kilohertz there, 38 kilohertz.
Yeah.
Very, very small
Really?
changes are making very big changes.
Yeah, we could probably
Or
even
it's a
go
little
to,
or it's a little unstable. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
They're calm down.
Yeah.
Not a very pretty square wave though. Is
no.
it?
I was gonna say, why did
Here's
you,
that.
why did
Well,
you go 30?
we got a lot of stray inductance. This is one thing we want to show is you get a lot of the wires hanging out there. We're getting up toward low radio frequencies at that point. So then
At 15 kilohertz.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
we're up at 15 kilohertz now.
Hmm.
So these are little antennas.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's okay. So let's look at the channel 2 again and look at our little spiky poos. Okay, so they're a little bit longer time constant because relative to the actual wave we have longer time
No,
constant.
negative.
Yeah,
Just a little bit,
Yeah.
Huh. Is that because we
More
made a bigger diode?
Or a faster one, or actually adding a second one here might help with it.
Gotcha.
There's a certain amount of capacitance in the diode itself, so they don't turn off instantaneously.
And you can just stack those things as much as you need to? Or?
Yeah, you can. And,
Just me touching it. It's
Yep.
changing the inductance.
Yeah. Okay, so now we know how to differentiate. So this is called a differentiated square wave, where you generate pulses plus half a differentiated square wave. Took the diode out, that would get a differentiated square wave. So differentiation is used a lot when you want short spikes for timing. Now, what if we want a sawtooth wave?
Aha. You told us before. Let's see.
If you want this 555 chip to generate a sawtooth wave,
Well,
The-
it will not direct.
'cause it
Actually,
came out-
actually, it will. There is going to be. Look at pin 6 with the scope.
5 and 6. I guess I could just look right here, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And the scope is
Take the blue channel. That'll work.
this is pin 6. Bam.
Okay.
Ah, Look at that,
Yeah.
generating a sawtooth.
Now, what it actually is a, well, it's an RC time constant going up and down. It's actually curved, okay? But the way you generate a ramp is what you do is you amplify the daylights out of it. You can do that. Down, come down. Yeah, okay. And the way you do that, you amplify the daylights out of it, and then you only use the middle part there, where it's linear. So it starts curving, so you fake it. So that's how your sweep generator for oscilloscopes are designed.
So that
They used to. You started with a wave like that, semi-sawtooth wave.
you only look at part of it.
Yeah, you only look
Or
at part
measure
of it.
part of it.
And you can do the same thing with the sine wave, because if you look at the entire sine wave, there's a region there where it's almost linear. Okay, it's curved everywhere else, but if we take a small section here and amplify the daylights out of it, then it looks like a straight line.
That's how they're doing it, huh?
Yep. So what we're looking at is a capacitor charging and discharging at this point. So that's what we're actually seeing here. And then,
Oh, the blue line,
yeah. So
charging and discharging. Blue,
Yeah.
blue, okay.
now, do you remember how we get a digital signal, which is that, from an analog signal, which is that?
how we get a digital signal from an analog signal.
Yeah. This is pretty much analog, okay? It's not, and then how do we,
A to D convert.
and what is that? What's the simplest form of that?
A to D converter.
I've got it in my notes.
I was gonna say, yeah, I'm trying to pull it up in the memory log, but I remember you drawing it out.
Yeah.
And it basically it would read the wave and then
A transistor?
convert that into
Yeah.
It's an op amp without any feedback.
An op amp
yeah.
without
No
any feedback.
Yeah,
Oh.
which is becomes a comparator. So the plus and this minus, and whenever this voltage crosses this threshold, whatever we set this thing at, it flops to the other state.
Yeah.
So that's your simplest A to D converter,
So you get
one bit A to D converter.
Transistor wouldn't do the same thing?
You could, yeah. It's just that the op amps have so much gain, and because the more amplification you have, the faster the rise time is going to be.
Ooh.
So, and they're limited by the transistor, but the specific design of this, some of this weird looking stuff we were saying is actually
Yeah.
get positive feedback within the transistor, and that makes it
Yeah.
trigger completely much faster. So.
Ooh. Yeah. I see.
So didn't you say something about like most of them are like up in 8-bit range? Or
Well,
am I
yeah, I
misremembering
mean,
that?
ATD converter, I mean, they have them going up to as many bits as you want, but
Okay.
10-bit converters are actually pretty common for data acquisition, that sort of thing.
Okay.
So you can build as many bits as you want. It's just a matter of how accurate you want to make your sampling, your
I was saying,
comparison
would
resistors.
there be frequency limitations with each size?
Not so much frequency limitation, but what is resolution that you can get, because
Okay.
the comparator, I showed you the string where you have a whole bunch of comparators and you have a string of resistors, and those resistors have to be really precise because errors add up as you.
Gotcha. Okay. That makes sense.
I see how they line up too. As soon as it's charging, the capacitor, the yellow goes up right away.
Yeah. Well, there's a threshold adjustment on here, and one of the pins says threshold. If we see here.
And
6.
Okay.
Pin 6.
So actually, if we put a resistor in there, we could change the point at which it triggers. So that's
Really?
right now.
I see.
Right now, it's set like this. It's called a zero crossing trigger. So every time it crosses 0 volt DC, it'll trigger. But you can set that to anything you want, and you also set what's called hysteresis, which means the trigger does not trigger at the same point going up as it does going down.
Ooh.
It's like a door with a lot of friction on it. Okay?
Right, right.
So it's like kind of like backlash. So
You can do that.
and you do that, and that's one way of reducing noise. You know, noise is usually pretty low here. Well, if you don't trigger to one side or the other,
Mm-hmm.
or if you don't trigger it, the noise is ignored. So then
Right.
it'll only be in one state or the other. So a Schmidt trigger is the simplest way of doing that, and that can be done with two transistors. Where this actually has
Or resistors, you said?
two different transistors that have positive feedback. So.
Oh.
So yeah, so
Oh, true.
the hysteresis is just basically like a toggle switch. Goes a certain amount and it snaps, but you have to push it past the original point to get it snapped the other way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So the way you build hysteresis into this is you add a little bit of positive feedback to it.
Okay.
They take an op amp, and if you don't have any feedback, then it's zero crossing, and if you have a little positive feedback, it's
So
It raises.
if I'm looking at a circuit and it's got one of these in it, and it's just say a circuit board this big,
yeah.
what might that circuit board do? And
Well,
what would that? I'm just trying to.
talk about just a random circuit board that you
If
have
you
no
could-
idea.
I just would. Can you use it in a sentence? Like I now know what this chip is counting and doing, but how would you use it? In
Oh,
something?
okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, for example, it would be used for generating signals like you would have out here. You know,
Okay.
It starts out with a op amp sort of thing. This actually a little more sophisticated than that. It's called direct digital synthesis. We'll get into that. Or
Because like in a synthesizer, to generate square waves and variable pitch waves,
yeah,
you would. I hate to go back to my synthesizer stuff again, but that's
No,
kind of what I'm seeing.
yeah.
Like
for
if
sure,
you want this,
synthesizer.
you get a higher frequency
So
sound.
you want
less
to hear
frequencies.
what these sound like?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that audible?
We can get into
What's
audible
the audible?
frequencies.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
That's 156 kilohertz. You're not going to hear that.
Okay.
But we can go back down to
Yeah. What's the hearing?
60 hertz. You'll definitely hear.
60.
We were around. Were we around
Yeah. I think it was
80 hertz?
80 hertz when we first started.
You could hear that. That's audible.
Does it just get too high pitch at some point, or?
Yeah, you get too low and you can't hear it too high. He wrote that down day one.
Yeah.
I got it in my notes, but what the human ear can hear.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's pretty big range.
Yeah,
20 hertz to 20 kilohertz.
so we can hear kilohertz.
What are we at right here?
We're at 100 and we're at 15
15, we could
kilohertz.
probably-
So that would be a
probably
high
hear
pitched.
that.
That would be a high pitched sound. But
Yeah.
the human ear could hear that.
Interesting.
Very.
Well, let's see here.
Yeah, I'm
More like 15 kilohertz probably for us.
Farther
If you age, you
What are
lose.
looking at getting the suppressors because I've been shooting with muzzle brakes for so long. So I probably hear 15 kilohertz all the time.
Yeah.
I had to room with a buddy of mine. We were down in Anchorage last time. And he snores, so I put my earplugs in. I got them in nice and tight, and I laid down. I was like, all I can hear is my rheumatitis. Just
Yeah.
hear it signal.
It's a bad electric business. If the battery's not good in that, sounds like you got something there.
Oh, man. Output.
Yep.
That's why I have such a love-hate relationship with muzzle brakes.
I get it. I'm gonna go order me a 45 can. I want to go to Alaska Guns and Ammo. That's my last can that I need to get for now.
Yeah.
That's all I can think of right now.
Yeah.
But I want to like my XD. I think I can order a threaded barrel for that.
Yeah.
That's
You should be able to pretty easy.
so I'm gonna order a can and a threaded barrel, and the barrel come in first,
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I think that would be a good addition to my collection.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
KJMP probably.
No, it's actually 970 down.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
Oh, you got the antenna right across the valley here, right?
Yeah. Let's see. I should be. Oh, I forgot. We're way above the audible frequency here, aren't we?
We're at-
Okay.
we're at
15 kilohertz.
We're
We
at
should-
15 kilohertz.
We should be able to
Okay.
hear that.
I'll say I
Well,
can-
except
I
it's
can
all
hear it.
got all the, it's actually a square wave, so everything's gonna be at multiple harmonics of that, so.
Oh,
I can
Yeah.
hear that.
So,
really?
yeah, the little hiss there. Yeah.
Higher?
So let's
let's-
drop it down here.
Yeah.
Sounds like a dog whistle.
Oh,
Oh,
that's
going
going the
up.
wrong way. Keep going the other way.
Oh, wow. What are we at now? 11?
10.
10? Oh, man.
Ooh,
Do you hear that?
Mhm. Oh, I've heard
right
that
there.
one.
Right now I can hear it.
Even at 15?
I could. Now I can hear it.
Yeah.
I just heard it when you started.
One thing that really,
Oh,
is
really?
really annoying me is a 15 kilohertz TV sweep signal, and the televisions always had
Yeah.
that oscillator on it.
Can you hear that?
So,
Maybe. Yeah.
yeah.
If I turn my ears just
Yeah,
right.
Oh, it's
got
loud.
very directional.
It's
yeah,
loud.
it gets very-
There was a point where I couldn't hear it.
Okay,
and it
I
turned
can't
on.
hear it out of this ear. That's why. But I can hear out of this ear.
Man,
Yeah.
I'm
Okay,
down.
put that, let's see, you got 20K in there.
Okay, watch. Turn it
20K
up higher,
resistor
and I'll tell
there.
you when I can't hear it.
Yeah, keep dropping all the way down there.
Down?
Yeah,
Yeah.
keep dropping down. Because we want to hear the difference in the timbre with different frequencies. Yeah, yeah. So,
Oh,
yeah,
Oh, yeah.
keep bringing that way down. Yeah, we may need to go, to hear the difference in the, to hear
I'm
the
hearing
difference in the,
fluctuation.
to hear the difference in the tone, we may need to actually, yeah, if I, if I feel.
Incoming!
I hear it all as one tone.
That must be the brown note.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't hit all the
Oh,
tones on the
you know
way
what?
down. You never know which one you're gonna.
Well, I thought maybe we were hearing directly off there because I had the thing almost turned all the way down. So what we want to do, let's go to lower frequency so you can hear what the different, because you really can't hear the difference in the, you can't hear the difference in the timbre until you get the lower
Take it
frequency.
lower?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So you want to hear. So let's
I
get
can hear
this
a
down.
little bit
Fluctuation up
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
down. Really?
Wow.
But let's go to what did we start out with? Let's start with like 100 hertz.
Yeah, we
What
can
was
get
it?
One of the bigger.
supposedly down to 20 hertz.
What other original value here? Let's put 10K in both of them. Oh, I know. Let's put the C1 back. This guy.
Oh,
That's
the
the,
big,
yeah,
the big
the big capacitor. Yeah, we need to put that back in
And that
there.
goes between
6 and ground.
6 and ground.
Yeah.
All right, so I got to unhook this for a
Yep.
sec.
That's so cool how you could hear it,
Oh yeah, you heard it way before I did.
and then
Yeah, I
just
heard
at
the
a certain
second- the
point, it
second
just
you
felt
hooked
like
it
it turned
Did
on
you?
for
Yeah.
me.
Well,
Wow.
it's also those frequencies are very directional, you know. So
Oh.
they'd be bouncing off the rooms, and you get perfect nulls at some places, you know. So you walk around and be.
Wow.
And you got to make sure that it's grounded properly. So I got the polarity correct. The stripe is to ground. All right. Let's see if we can make the world's most annoying sound.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You know how you make a Bronx cheer? Use a rapid sweep signal. Sounds like that. Yeah. Okay. Well,
Yes. That's probably how they did it on Nintendo too, man. What are we at? What does that sound like? Oh.
252. Okay, so now let's connect this To, the blue, yeah, same place, yeah.
What?
Let's connect this to here,
Uh-huh.
and it's a different wave shape.
No?
I think we loaded it down. Yeah. Yeah, it might be too low impedance. We may be killing the actual signal. Yeah. Okay. If you look. Yeah, we're actually killing it. So too low impedance there. Oh well. Well, we can look at the differentiated signal, see what that sounds like. Okay. There's a full square wave, and you just,
Full square wave versus what?
there's a differentiated square wave with the spikes.
Oh.
Yep.
So how many steps away from building a theremin are we right now?
Oh, pretty close. I want to build one.
Okay. Now I know how my wife feels when I was playing with my synthesizers.
Yeah.
Annoying.
So, don't you feel proud of yourself now? Isn't that cool? So now that's the fundamentals of a synthesizer. Then we can start rolling off different frequencies and adding more. Now, wow. So, as I mentioned, any wave shape can consist of X number of sine waves. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So if we generate a square wave as a fundamental plus all the odd harmonics, sawtooth wave is pretty much all the even harmonics, and then a real short spike and everything.
Yeah, flutes were a gentle sine wave. The sawtooth was like a saxophone clarinet.
Yeah.
And then the square wave was more of a brass
Yeah.
sound.
Actually, a trumpet is more like a damped oscillation. You've got
Yep.
a spike. So.
Yeah.
Damped oscillation.
Mm-hmm. Yep. You remember taking the big coil there and you're just hitting it with a battery and watching it ring? You don't like that? I got more power if we want it. I got got a Marshall head out there.
Let's amplify that.
So here's a fun.
My brain is swimming right now from my music days. Just thinking of the different sounds we used to make, and wow. So now I have to build me a theremin.
Yeah.
Got to do it.
You got to do that. That's right. They make theremin kits, but we got the ingredients to make them here. So.
Just when my wife thought I could not annoy her anymore,
you build a theremin.
I built a theremin. I play Star Trek every night.
So let's see. Okay, how do we get a nice sine wave out of that?
With a digital to analog converter? Because I don't know how you would get a soft sine wave
let's
talk
about
more capacitors.
Well, in a way, okay. What do we do to get rid of some frequencies but not others?
Well, that would be a capacitor. We build a filter, basically.
Well, we want just one frequency. We want a resonant circuit of some sort, right?
Okay.
Oh.
So we can build a circuit that's resonant somewhere around there, right? And so what we can do here is let's. Actually, that's a pretty good size choke. That may. Let's find out where this thing is resonant.
What are you holding? What's a
transformer? Transformer, yeah.
Some
Actually, Let's see something a little more practical.
Make a nice sign.
From a clock, a 555 to a sine wave.
Okay, here's some 0.1 Henry inductors. And so let's find out. We want to resonate at somewhere near the resonant frequency, so 75 hertz, okay? So tell me what capacitor you want in series with that to resonate at 75 hertz.
Oh, that's what we 2 pi CL, right? F equals 2 pi.
F equals 2 pi squared CL, or LC, I think he's.
LC.
LC.
Is that the equation we're going to use? For resonance,
That's
right?
for frequency.
Remember to, yeah, so we've got to solve, okay, F is 1 over 2 pi
Oh, 1 over 2 pi.
square root of LC.
That was the first time I've ever spouted.
An equation,
an
right?
equation.
Because you did it.
That's the first time I've ever spouted an equation.
So,
That's the only way you can learn how to do it. Yep.
So,
by slogging through them. Man.
F is 75,
Okay.
Uh-huh.
L is 0.1.
Okay.
So all that's left is to solve for C. He wants to do that. You're the mathematician.
Oh gosh, come on, guys.
Everybody gets some board time.
Yeah, you're right.
2 times pi, 6.28.
Well, all right. Let's see.
So, yeah, we know that, 6.28. I remember that from the other night.
Are those cookies public domain?
Yeah, I think so. He put them on the table.
Who brought them in?
Archie did.
Oh, Archie did. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
This is lunch for the week.
No, not good.
Is that right? I can just move that over.
Yeah, we just
That
want to
down.
solve for C.
Yeah. Okay, so then I'm going to square this. Square all that. That's squared. Okay. And then, well, I guess I could square it. Who's got their calculator?
You're solving C, right?
Yep. Yes,
Okay, I'm trying
I
to
am.
watch what you're doing here.
So point is the square root of point
So, 2.
0.316.
Oh no, this is done. I'm going to divide that out later. 2 times pi times 75, and then square that.
After you. Okay.
Well,
2
multiply-
times pi.
Yeah. 2 times pi.
471.
Because that's this multiplication right here,
Mm-hmm.
and then multiply it times itself.
221,841.
All right, and then just multiply times 10 both sides. That'll knock out that. One, but that doesn't close, right? Is that right?
It looks like it. Let's see. Wait, we're missing this.
0.1.
Is that a point?
It would if I multiplied
Oh,
both
okay.
sides times 10. Yeah.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay.
Right? I mean, if I multiply 10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Whatever
so,
that is.
Well,
Whatever the number for that is.
C equals 22,184.1 divided by, or 1 divided by
Yeah.
that number.
Oh. Divided by
22,184.1.
0.00004508.
Okay. So let's see. It's
What is that?
450 micro. 450 microhenries. Microfarads. That's pretty big capacitor. So let's start with.
You've got a 470 here.
You do.
Well, that's picofarads.
Oh,
Sorry.
yeah.
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 Yeah, that's a PF, not a micro.
So, let's see. Oh, here's gonna be my electrolytic guys here.
That's a big one, huh?
That's big. Where this is audio frequency, so we're going to be working with bigger component values in this. All right.
Oh,
So let's see. Here's a
200.
here's a 470.
470.
We close.
Yep. So what we can do is do it on a separate area, keep it
All right.
separate from
All
the
right.
And
This
what
one?
we'll do is and we'll just use a signal generator, and we'll find out where that capacitor and that inductor are resonant.
Here's a 450. No, never mind. That's at 450 volts.
So what we can do here is we'll just do it a straight series circuit to start with.
All right, that's the
And
ground.
so we'll put
Let's
her,
flip that around.
That sound right? Are we doing
so would you're pretty good at algebra, right? Would you be able
I used to could.
So what we want to do is build this circuit here, right?
Yeah.
And then what we can do here is we'll look at this voltage here and sweep the generator and we'll find out where that peaks out.
All right, so we're gonna go to ground here.
I actually don't need because we aren't putting any power into this.
Oh.
It's just
We're just.
we're just using
Really?
we're gonna use
I might have
a
to
signal generator.
Might have to look at my
Signal
phone here for a minute. I normally don't get texted. I have my phone set up to where only employees can text me after 7:30.
Aha.
That's smart.
So they might have got called out to the mine, or let's see.
Do they still have both locations, or are they just on airport now?
Which
Great
one are we
Harvest.
talking about? Great Harvest?
I know they had one over off College Road.
Yeah, that one's gone.
Is it gone?
The one in the Costco,
Yeah, it was right
Yeah.
around there.
that
Yeah.
one's empty.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know that's where they used to be, but yeah. That's the one of them.
I like that.
They're good stuff. They got good sandwiches.
They do. Sandwiches.
That's one of me and my wife's favorite,
Is it?
like lunch date places.
Cool.
My inside sales girl says, "Are you done?" I says, "Yeah, I just installed the best looking mirror I've ever done." One of my other guys did that to me the other day. I asked him where he put my stud finder. He goes, "Oh, I got it right over here." He walks over, he grabs the mirror. He goes, "Yeah, here it is." All right.
By the way, you guys are welcome to get your hands on yours too, you know. But if you're the designated wire poker in her, that
Oh.
look at that too. So.
So they're in.
I'll poke boards. He does math. He makes us laugh.
Finally found my purpose.
Special purpose. So to complete this circuit, what is
We complete the circuit with our generator.
Oh, okay, with that. Okay.
that's it?
That's our generator.
All right, so we got to go here and here.
And then
Wait, that's ground. Does it matter?
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
Oh, sweet.
And then at the junction of those guys,
That's where we measure.
that's we measure. So let's see, junction. Here we go.
I didn't know which one. Oh,
We'll
I
use
see.
use a yellow channel one. Get untangled here. Okay. So then you put ground on the same ground to ground,
Oh, see.
and then the hot on the junction.
Any of them, huh?
There we go.
Okay, so let's see, why are we still getting a, oh, that's because we still have, why are we getting a square wave? We shouldn't be getting anything. Oh, that's why, because I got it
You're
as a
hitting
square
it with a
wave,
square wave.
hitting it with a square wave.
Nice.
Okay,
Yes.
so now what we do, go ahead and sweep the generator till we get a maximum amplitude here.
Oh.
Where's your brush?
You can, here's your
Just
twiddler,
going
you want
down?
to twiddle that? You can
Sweep it until what happens?
get the maximum amplitude. Oh, let's see, let's go back. Okay.
And we're sweeping.
Yep.
Maximum amplitude.
Yeah.
So hasn't changed yet.
Okay, you might need to go down in frequency then.
Define resonant.
Yep.
It might just jump all the stuff. Oh.
Okay. Okay, you might have to go the 1 decimal place to the right there, so scoot that over, do smaller increments now.
Will it be a rather abrupt jump?
It should.
Does it have a
I'm
high
expecting it
Q?
would. Yeah, I expect it to have a
Q?
pretty high Q. Yes.
Yeah.
But I could be wrong.
No. Wow, we're getting pretty high frequency here.
Yeah. Okay, so what we need to do is let us find out.
We're at 160. I mean, it could be outside of that.
It could be. It could be it.
Yeah.
So let me see.
Frequency is supposed to be at 75?
75.
Well,
Look around there?
Can we math that first, or?
Well, what we can do is, let's see. I don't know. Let's use a really small capacitor. Use this guy, and we'll find out. It could be that the Q is just too low at that frequency. Well, let's put a little guy in there.
Very little guy.
Very little guy.
I don't see any. Yeah, that doesn't do anything, Eric.
Do we just zoom in?
Maybe.
Scale. Broke it.
Got power on?
Oh no, we're just this
Oh,
is
okay.
this is just a
Independent.
independent circuit,
Yeah, gotcha.
not connected to any power source or what we're doing.
Okay.
I'm making some big jumps here, just curious.
Ooh, yes.
Oh, see a wave forming. Dying.
Oh, look at that amplitude go up. Look at that.
Oh, snap.
Found a resonance.
We're getting closer.
Wait, what am I doing?
I don't know. You're changing the scale.
If you're
Wrong
off
scale.
there,
The scale?
let's see.
How do you zoom out? There you go.
All right, now it's going down. So there
Okay.
it is.
So let's get if you get more cycles in there, you won't be as confused whether it's amplitude or. Okay, where are we at?
I am okay. I'm making big
141.
changes, so I'm gonna go over here to the second. Now it's
Ooh,
dropping.
Yeah. Ooh, yeah, right.
Up, dropping. I would say that is
And where are we at?
161.
161 hertz.
Okay.
That's peak amplitude right there.
Let's see. That's no, that's 3 kilohertz. Oh, let's see. 161. Okay, why do we?
Oh, three, oh, we're at three,
Okay, got 3 kilohertz. Why? Okay, so we got to find out why we have such a huge discrepancy between. That's 23.
Just say Archie did fiddle with some
Oh,
things.
hang on.
yeah, no.
He was twiddling when he shouldn't have twiddled.
Let's see. Interesting. Okay. Let me just.
Is that a harmonic?
No, I don't know. Let me
Actually,
one of these inductors to be sure.
That's actually
I'll look at it.
a good question. No, that's actually a really good question.
He knows. He's like, that's a harmonic. And he keeps going.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if nothing else, we made some really obnoxious noises tonight.
Yeah.
Body camera.
I would love to eat them cookies, but I am so full. My wife fed me so well tonight.
What do you?
I usually work till 6:37. I left at 4 today, so I
Nice.
got home.
Oh, 8 hour time.
Well, this class is really making me
Yeah.
alter my schedule a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, when I started this, I don't make commitments lightly. The first time he asked me to come to this class, I said no.
Right.
There's no way. And other than being sick and that one trip, I've tried pretty hard to get here every
Yeah,
time.
that's a big commitment. I know. Working for you. Yeah. What do we have left, guys, in this class? Like
I don't know.
week?
How many more classes do we have left?
30th of January is our last one.
Oh,
30th.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay.
I won't be here for that one.
yeah, I'm gonna
I
miss.
thought we were going to finish before that. That was my Grand Lodge. I got to be down in Anchorage for.
Oh,
the
well,
30th.
we,
I'm actually leaving on the 20th.
yeah, it's just gonna be kind of review
Okay.
there, and then, you know.
I'll actually be at a dinner that
We'll
night.
record it.
We'll
Okay.
record it, yeah.
Yeah, I'll be at a dinner that night in Anchorage.
I'm actually gonna be leaving the state on the 20th, the 1st of February.
Monday's the 15th.
Yeah.
Yeah, Monday's the 15th.
Yeah.
So
Well, yeah, because
I think initially you were saying next week was going to be our last 2 classes. Initially, anyway.
Yeah, well, I think we had some late starters, so.
We got
Probably,
behind a little.
yeah.
So you've got 5 more classes, the 16th, 18th, 23rd, 25th, and the 30th.
Okay, I trust this inductor more than those little guys there. You might have to put I got some small clip leads.
All right. So this inductor could be a liar.
Now that's 0.25 0.25 Henrys.
That's an inductor. Impedes current. Restricts current.
Restricts. Okay. Restricts
And
or resists.
these might be a little easier to get on those things.
Changing current?
If not, we can.
An inductor restricts the change in current?
Change in voltage.
Change in
Well,
voltage.
it shifts the voltage and current by 90 degrees, right? Eli the Iceman.
Oh, yeah.
So we got Eli here.
Good old Eli.
Good old Eli.
Yes. Voltage.
You can just leave that on there. You got long leads. Nothing.
Oh, you brought me 2 leads.
Yeah.
Okay, I didn't see that other one until just now. Those are nice. Better check my pockets before I leave.
And you probably want to put that other big capacitor back in there.
Do what? Oh, the big capacitor.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
You see, those probably have pretty low Q, the ones I was using, whereas I know that thing's a really high Q inductor.
Alright, so we got that. I'm just gonna stick this here as a place to attach, so.
That is fine.
We're gonna put that big capacitor in there. And you said it doesn't really matter which direction
No,
we're going.
not
with
at
that.
this frequency.
Not at this frequency.
Huh.
Yeah, that capacitor's good for 600 volts or something, or 20 millivolts.
Oh.
There. There.
There we go.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now
Look
we
at
can
that.
do the sweepy thing again. Let me get this out of the way here.
Old sweet.
An old sweepy thing. They call this wireless, right? And you're up at 7 kilohertz. So you want to be down at, it should be somewhere around 70 hertz.
70?
Yeah.
Oh.
You're still at 7 kilohertz.
Oh.
So you gotta move the,
I gotta go way down.
let's move the decimal places. You go 5 there. Okay, now you
Okay.
can, okay, now you okay, now let's see what we got. It's coming up a little bit there.
Yeah. Still increasing.
Yep.
Making some cool patterns.
Mm-hmm.
Those patterns are called aliasing. It's actually an artifact of the digitizing of the scope there.
There, it's coming down.
Okay.
So that's not a very high Q circuit.
That's not a very high Q circuit.
No.
But what we can do.
So if I go to where I can see it dropping, is about right there. So that's 570. That's where I can see it dropping. So now it's going up.
Mm-hmm.
Up.
What's the lowest frequency? Because this should be around 70 hertz. Yeah, keep going. It might be a second repeat. Keep going way down.
Way down?
Way down, way down.
And there it's dropping.
You go to 1 decimal place to the right of that and then crawl back up. Yeah.
There it's climbing. Very little. No. No, we're still gaining on it. There, it's dropping.
Okay. Okay, now, how we can tell if that's a high Q circuit or not is we switch this over to a square wave. Nope, it's not.
Really?
Yeah.
Batman wave.
If we had a high Q circuit, we could switch to any wave we want in there, and all we get is a sine wave out.
Really?
So we either have a calculation off like about 10 to 1.
Really? Our calculation
might have
is
slipped,
off?
might have slipped a decimal place there.
May have.
Tell you what, that's 470. Let's try.
Did I go the right way on that calculation?
Let's try 47 microfarads instead. I think I got it somewhere around there. Yeah, here's 50 microfarads. Let's try that instead.
Wait a minute.
Ooh, that's got.
Yeah, you're right.
But the
Right.
capacitor, it's got a lot of resistance.
Right here. Front one squared is 0.01. So that should be times 100. So it should be right here. Should be
Wait, shift that to frequency now. Okay. Go ahead and twirl away.
It's not going up or down, it's just staying the same.
Go back down again towards
Down?
70.
that's where we're at.
100, 90, 80, 60.
Keep going all the way down to zilch.
We're losing amplitude now.
Okay, that's interesting.
Yeah, we're losing amplitude right at 40.
Sure, we got a short here.
Is it shorted?
I can't tell.
I know there was a lot of solder on the end of that.
Yep. Maybe the image here.
So you measure inductance with the...
No, I'm just measuring the DC resistance.
Oh.
I think I'm going to solder some leads on here. Oh, 48. Okay. It might not have been getting the contact on there.
There's only a couple spots I could hook
Yeah.
it to, and it was tenuous.
Okay, try that again.
Okay. So we're climbing. That right here is where it starts to climb. So we're going.
Keep
Amplitude
going,
is going. And then it just levels off big time.
Okay, so we do not have a high Q.
No, it's staying pretty steady. I'm up to 120 hertz now, and it's still holding steady. 150, 170, 200, and nope, it's still holding.
Go up another decimal place to the left there. Take
All
some
right.
bigger steps here.
All right. I want to see it drop, but I'm not seeing it.
Okay.
Nope.
Okay, let's do something else. Let's put those in parallel. And we'll feed it with a finite diode resistance of 1K. And we'll do this. Okay. Like that.
parallel, and then a what? A 1K
A 1K
resistor?
resistor.
That was this one?
That is correct.
And that we're gonna take off of here.
We're going to be measuring right at that junction there. The function junction.
So we're just gonna,
And we're going to measure the voltage here again.
so this is just gonna feed off the end of this.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
This one's gonna go to both of those, which means I need another little stinger to grab a hold of. Yeah. All right, so we're feeding it. And now we're measuring it. And I'm going to read that here,
That's right.
correct?
That is correct. Okay, now let's do some twiddling again.
All right, I'm going to jump up to the big one here, see if we can make some. All right.
Oh, well, yeah, he zeroed it out. So.
All right. So there's 100. Smaller.
Okay. I want to go 1 decimal place.
Do what?
Go
One
1
more?
decimal place to the right there. Yeah.
We're getting smaller, bigger, bigger. Smaller. No. Is it? Yeah. I'd have to say that somewhere right around there.
Okay, let's change that wave to a square wave. Yeah, better.
Really?
Yeah, it's not as quite as raspy as the previous stuff.
Could you use that to fine tune, like if I move this until that turns into a sine wave?
It probably won't, but
It probably
you
won't.
can try it.
But that would
We can see
that
what
would
it
be a
does.
way to fine tune it. No, that's getting huge.
Just changing the volts?
Yeah, it's just
Oh, I
changing.
see.
Okay, let's put a 10K resistor in there instead.
Yeah, so we've got the inductor and the capacitor in parallel.
Yep.
And we've got a resistor going.
What's the resistor doing?
That's so you don't load the circuit down. If you didn't have that resistor in here, this generator has very low impedance, so it just basically would short out the response here. Remember, a parallel circuit has extremely high impedance at resonance, so you got to make sure that you feed it with high impedance load. Okay, now,
Ooh, that's.
well, you've got a lot left to be expected. Okay, now, twiddle that again.
I'm not moving anything. I'm moving the voltage.
Oh, yeah.
So I need to go to.
Tell you what, let's run the voltage way up here. So we go to amplitude, run that. I think we can get. Hello. And we can get like 20 volts there. Then we go to frequency. Now we can start playing with the frequency. That's the wrong way there.
Yeah, well, we're going down.
Yeah.
Going up. Down. So
Okay.
I would say.
Yeah.
Right about. I'd say right about there.
1.4 killer. So the Q is pretty low on that. So I bet, yeah, electrolytic capacitors are usually not really great as far as the Q is concerned. So anyway, we have a little bit of filtering happening there. So we put a, say we're putting a.
So this is now, we've determined this is a resonant frequency. We're going to take the output from our first circuit we built.
Yep.
and run it through that?
Yep.
Okay, so I gotta take some stuff apart.
Yep.
Let's see.
What
We're gonna turn
do is
a square wave into a sine wave.
Oh, yes.
All right.
Ah.
So signal generator is disconnecting. We're not using the speaker anymore either, are we?
using what?
The speaker?
Well, unless you want to hear what, do you know what a sine wave sounds like? I guess I should show you. Here, let me show you the difference in timbre.
Most of our voices
Might as well
are
do
in
that.
sine waves.
Something you should, if you start doing any audio repair work,
Yeah.
you can recognize distortion immediately. Let's get this level way down here. So we go to amplitude.
I know we just explained it, but why does a resonant circuit make it a sine wave again?
Because every wave shape, every repetitive wave shape is a product of the sine wave and all its harmonics. So if you filter out all the harmonics, what you're left with is a sine wave.
Every wave shape is a
Every repetitive wave shape is
whether it's a sawtooth or a square.
Yeah, it's a combination of sine waves. Okay, so let's go to
Resonant frequency will filter out all the other filters out all the what? All the harmonics.
all the harmonics, yeah.
Ah.
We go to sine wave, and we need to drop that level down quite a bit more. We're overloading this.
That's distortion.
Well, that's a lot of noise in there, so. Okay, so what we have here is some sine wave here, and now we change that to a square wave. So that's all the it's a smooth it sounds. Yep. And let's see, with a sawtooth wave, it's a little bit different from sine wave, a lot less raspy harmonics. And then we can go to pulse, and then change the duty cycle here. Is that nicer? That nicer. So now you know. Now you know what to listen for when you're checking amps out. And you want to put first order check. You put a sine wave through it, and does it sound like a sine wave, or does it sound raspy and gnarly? So.
And if it sounds raspy and gnarly, that means you could have a bad capacitor
or that tube or anything.
Gotcha.
Okay, so we got our square wave connected up, or
no? I
okay.
I was waiting till you were done making
noise.
Okay.
I'm done. Carry on.
All right. So we got our output here. I am not sure what we're gonna do as far as.
We'll take the differentiator out. We don't need it.
I'm taking it. It's now
all.
Disconnected. So now I'm coming over here to. This is our output from this circuit.
Yep.
Okay.
And we want to feed that. So this now it's going to be important that we have this in the correct.
No, it's AC coming through there. So
okay, so AC is not going to matter. I'm just.
Yep. No, that's.
Yeah. So we want to go from here. Is this where we're going to feed it through the resistor?
Yep.
On the positive side or the negative side? Does it matter?
Oh.
That's never mind. I keep stop thinking like it's DC, Kevin. This is AC, and that's just not going to reach. So I need
We
a
got
little.
plenty of wire. Use a long wire.
Yeah.
Wire's cheap.
So all we need to do is
Silicon's cheaper.
until you make it clear.
Thank you for all the markers. They really work good.
Oh,
The
yeah.
darker colors.
Yep.
Supply 2 blacks.
So this circuit is not complete. I have to. You have only one output. So where are we going to go back to?
Well, ground on the ground, the negative terminal is going to go to your.
Oh, we're just going to ground the other side.
Yeah.
Oh, just found it.
So how is it?
So what we're doing here.
So the
Using my research.
Not going back in.
it's not. So there's no feedback to the chip. It's just taking the output, going through this filter, the resonance circuit, and going to ground.
We're just gonna ground it with the.
So what you're doing is coming out of the timer, and that's a square wave coming out of it, and you're going into this circuit here. Oops, square wave.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
This is already brought into your power supply. Right?
All right. So parallel circuit goes to ground. Goes to our output. We still have this resistor in that.
We'll leave that in there
right?
so we can adjust it. Yeah.
Sure. And then this is completely out of the equation. Yeah. All right.
Okay, you want to connect your oscilloscope back up?
This one's not plugged yet.
Yeah.
I'll use the one. There's one that
I did that to trick you. Yes.
It worked. So we're going to go to ground.
Yep.
And let me think here. Obviously, we want to go
Right there.
right here again.
Yep.
Same place we were looking at before.
Yep.
That is static.
Well, that's because it's not powered up yet. There you go.
Now it's wavy static.
Now, if we adjust that frequency to get close to resonance, we may
Okay.
find.
Oh.
Now,
I don't remember if I was all the way down or
I
up,
have
so we're
no
just going to
idea.
have to 72, 75, 60, 70.
I think we're actually around a kilohertz, wasn't it, when we finally found that resonant peak there? So.
Or I'm up at 21 kilohertz. Here, yeah, I'm on 22 kilohertz right now.
Oh, how do we?
I don't know.
We should not be up there because we had a big capacitor in there, so we should be.
1 kilohertz. It's bouncing around a lot.
Yeah, he really is. It's probably reading noise there. You can't really tell. So.
Let's go all the way this way. See
Yeah,
what happens.
Okay, you're getting a little closer to this. I think it was about 1.7, 1700. I think you're getting kind of in the ballpark there.
It's jumping a lot.
Well, yeah. Let's.
I don't think I'm making much. I guess I'm still changing it. Yeah, I don't think I'm doing anything now. So I'm at the very bottom.
Very bottom. Okay. Yeah. Okay, well, what we could do is we can just, rather than using resonance circuit, we can build a low pass filter. So what we do, remember that the cutoff frequency of a filter is the reciprocal of the time constant. Okay, so let's say, let's first of all measure the frequency, get us reading right off the chip there so we can get a good frequency to work with.
Sure.
Yeah, take it right at the output. Or I could go to this right there. See where this is at. And we're still at 30, no, they're 34 hertz. Okay, at 30.4 hertz. Okay. Okay, so it's about 34.4 hertz. Okay.
Wasn't that supposed to be in series? Oh no, we're in parallel.
We're in parallel now. We started in series.
Okay. Okay, so our oscillator's around, okay, 30 hertz. I was leaving an extra decimal place or subtracting one. So it's 30.4 hertz. Okay.
And you want to measure it in
What we want to do is, that's the fundamental frequency, okay? Now remember, a square wave is a fundamental in all the harmonics, all the odd harmonics, okay? So we want to filter them all out. So what we can do is build a low pass filter. And I'll let you guys do some calculations here. We want the cutoff to be slightly above the frequency you're operating. So we're running at 30 hertz.
Yeah.
So we want to be, our cutoff frequency has to be below this first harmonic there. So anywhere above 30 hertz, but not up to 60. Okay, we want it to be between 30 and 60 hertz. So let's pick 45. Okay. So we'll build a cutoff filter at 45 hertz. And if we look at a bandpass response of the filter, that's something that looks like that. Okay? For a single pole filter, we're just using one resistor and one capacitor. And if you remember from that 0.707 that keeps showing up everywhere,
Yeah.
square root of 2. Okay. The frequency at which it drops to 0.707 of what this is here, below the cutoff frequency. Okay?
Huh.
So whatever value this is, we start with it, and we increase the frequency until this drops off, and that's your cutoff frequency. So we want this frequency to be somewhere around 45 hertz. So we can use any combination of resistors and capacitors to give you the same time constant. Right? So let's pick something that's we start with one microfarad. Okay. That's the value of this guy here. We have a bunch of 1 microfarad capacitors, okay? These electrolytics.
All the electrolytics. Yeah.
Okay. So what I want to do is, first of all, what is the reciprocal of 45 hertz? It's going to give us a period.
I don't know what the reciprocal is.
What's 1 over 45? What is it?
Oh. 1 divided by 45. Yep.
And why are we doing that?
Because what we want to do is we're going to design the filter to have a certain cutoff frequency.
0.022.
0.022. Okay. 022. What unit is that?
Well, what was the first number?
It's 45 hertz.
45 hertz.
Yeah.
So that would be 0.022. No.
No, he's got the right answer. What unit is this?
It's not hertz, kilohertz. It's I have no idea.
0.022 seconds.
Time.
Huh.
Okay.
Right.
So remember the time constant is R times C. Okay. C, we're gonna nail that down. So C is going to be I think it's going to be 1 microfarad. So all you need to do is find out what the R is going to be. Time constant is 0.022. So all we need to do is solve for R. So that's Archie's job.
I'm not even. I don't. You lost me at time constant here.
Oh, you're good. Simple equation. We can do that.
I don't mind. It's just I do not know what we're doing.
There's a magic circle for every value we have.
Okay.
So
T
is
is
a time
time.
constant, right?
Yep.
And it's simply a product of R and C.
Right.
So if we're looking
So if
for
we're
R,
looking, you're looking for R.
Yeah.
So we need to take
that
0.22,
0.022
0.022
divided by 1 microfarad.
microfarads, so that's 0.000001.
How many zeros? 4, 5?
Oh,
5 zeros and a 1.
Okay.
Okay,
Sweet.
what's the answer, Archie?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. How many?
so
It's
you
like,
would, so you could bring,
It's like 22 seconds. Because you have to multiply it times.
are you moving decimal
R?
points?
Oh, it's
No.
It's not 22 seconds. It's 22. Hold on.
We're looking for R. We already know it's T.
Yeah, R equals
So you just take
22.
0.022 divided by that.
Times. It's 220.
220 ohms?
Yep.
Okay, we'll take your word for it.
Right? Is it? It's 5 zeros. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I got 22,000.
That sounds a little more like it.
2,200. No, 22,000. Hold on.
22,000.
Yeah, I did it.
What's a decimal place between friends?
Right. We knew it was 22 something with some zeros after it.
Just to make it
Could you-
easy,
Can you tell me where the 0.022 came from again and how you got
that's
it?
the reciprocal of the frequency. 1 divided by frequency.
1 divided by, yeah. 1 divided by the frequency gives us,
It's
What
the
is that?
period.
What is
gives
that
us,
telling me though? What is that point? 1 divided by the frequency. So
Is
we
that
were at
one
40
wavelength?
hertz. What did we start with? 40? So 30. So we started with 30 hertz, which is,
Yeah, so
So
we want to be
30
above there. We want
so-
to be slightly, we don't want to be up to 60 because that's the first harmonic.
so it's
we wanna
30 times a second. It's
be- Yeah, 30
it's-
hertz, right?
So
and the
we'd say
time
one
constant of
wavelength?
The
that-
time constant is how much time is in one cycle.
1 wave.
Oh, okay.
How much time is in 1 wave?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the period.
Okay.
Okay.
Now I'm just
Right.
trying to
Right.
I didn't understand what that 22.022 represented.
200ths of a second.
Yeah, but, yeah.
Almost. Yeah,
Yeah.
right.
Okay.
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 So now we can build the circuit here with well, it's got to be low pass.
20,000 ohms.
So we've got a 1.
Here
So
you
we
go.
got 22K here, 22K, and 1 microfarad.
Okay.
And we'll test it with say signal generator to start with. We'll put signal generator in here. We'll find out what frequency that rolls off at. See if we're
So we're just creating a
just low pass
series
filter.
circuit.
Well, actually, it's neither series nor parallel by itself. It's
Well,
just-
They're just next to each other.
Are we having fun yet?
Yes.
Could you?
Is Jill having fun yet?
She's laughed a few times. But I don't know if she's having fun.
By the way, if you like doing small stuff, here's
I saw those. I saw those.
555s.
Yeah, those are for radios. These are for walkie-talkies. Tiny.
They ain't the smallest stuff I work with.
How about that? All right, so I've got these in a side-by-side configuration. We're going to plug in the tone generator.
Yep.
Connected to. No polarity, no matter. And we're going to see if this makes it disappear. Okay, we're good.
So first thing you can do, let's just test it with the generator itself before we go to the rest of the circuit. So
Oh, I'm sorry.
yeah, we're just gonna see if the cutoff frequency. So
Take this off.
no, leave that there.
Oh, okay.
You want that, and put the ground on the scope there, and we'll look at the midpoint. Midpoint. There we go. Okay, so what we go is we go back to a sine wave. Okay, and let's see. Oh, we're teeny tiny. Let's go get some amplitude here. Okay. And so what you want to do here is you go back to frequency and you let's go to a, let's see, we'll go to a very low frequency because that's a, yeah. So what I gotta do is go to a very low frequency.
We should be somewhere around,
So there's one, 1 hertz here.
we should be around 40,
Oh, that's
40,
that's a big-
45 hertz
Yeah,
for the
okay.
cutoff.
Yep. So let's get this triggering a little better. Come on, computer. Okay, so there's our lowest frequency, right? So we let's set a reference level, so we'll pretty close to full scale, okay? And that's a very low frequency, and what we do is we keep increasing frequency till that drops to about 70% of where it was, which probably around there, right? And that's at 9 hertz. Okay, well, interesting. We're way down. Let's go.
Oh, getting bigger.
You know what? I think it might be 2200 we're looking for. You got 22,000.
How many, hold on, how many zeros did we have?
Let's see,
1,
that's
2, 3, 4, 5?
22K. And 22, let's see, just double check, multiply that by that, and what do we come up with?
20.
22K times
22.
0.00001.
Times 0.0, 5
5
zeros?
zeros.
Yeah, 5 zeros and a 1.
0.022.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. So why is it off so drastically? Is that a 1? I didn't put a 1 quite in there. And that's 1 microfarad at 25. Why are we down in that?
What's the resistor? Is it 22?
At 22K.
Okay.
Boy, that's really strange. It should be much lower.
You're only generating 7 hertz for
I
a
know.
sine wave. So
Yeah, so
we should be at 30.
we're starting to
right?
roll off. Yeah. So let's try 20 just for jollies. Use 2200. There we go. Here's a 2200 shaded by one of my bosses at High Pass. He says if you want to get a perspective on things, 10 decibel change in physics is fairly significant.
Wow.
But if you go with the acid boss for a 10 decibel raise, you know,
Yeah,
then
yeah.
it's very significant.
Should run around me.
Okay, so now we have. Okay, so let's see here. This starts cutting off here. So first, let's go to a real low frequency.
What will it do when it cuts off? Will it just drop in amplitude?
It'll drop in amplitude. It won't suddenly die. We'll show you. So let's go to. Let's change the amplitude. Get that to exactly.
Went from 20 to 0. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
That's pretty much right on the top and bottom.
Yep. And now I go back to frequency, and we increase it till that drops about 0.7 of that. And so about 54 hertz. Okay. So this was off by
Where the
decimal
22,
place,
the
20.
.022?
Yeah, that was what was off by,
And where did we come up with that? I forget. You
the
took the
reciprocal.
point, you
One-
took .707,
No,
no?
no.
The reciprocal, the frequency
45
was
hertz,
30.
so the reciprocal 45.
We were 30 hertz though.
Well, we wanted the cutoff to be slightly above that.
So we went to 45.
Yeah.
And then
Right.
that's 45 divided, or 1 divided by 45 is .022, supposedly. I believe you.
Just redid it.
It is,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well, that's really weird because we're getting the right results with.
The wrong.
Right. Unless these capacitors are mislabeled, that's possible. As a matter of fact, there's a perfectly good way of measuring them. So it's possible the capacitors are mislabeled.
These.
Yeah.
And you said, did you look at this one or the one next to
The
it?
one next to it, and they're all.
Did you look at this one
I
then?
did not look at that one specifically.
Let's do that. Maybe we got the wrong capacitor in there. That is a 1
Yeah. One
microhenry.
microfarad.
Microfarad, excuse me.
Okay.
Yeah, that's.
Okay. Well, it doesn't matter because now we have it working the way it's supposed to. So now, if you put that square wave into there, we should be getting pretty close to a sine wave coming out. Now, let me just verify that with this here. Okay. Okay, got that in there. And
I am reconnoitered.
reconnoitered. And let's see if we go to the wave here again. A little edginess there, but not perfect, but it's doable. Okay, certainly not a square wave coming out. So. Okay, so connect everything back up, and we'll use the entire circuit. Now, we don't know what the actual output impedance of our 555 is, and that'll affect the cutoff frequency somewhat. You know, this is assuming that your source impedance is 0. We really don't know what that is. It's probably pretty low. But you can also pick different ratios of L to C ratio to get the same time constant, and so it'll be more higher Q than others.
So you can adjust the Q of your filter
By
as
adjusting
well.
the L to C, the R to C ratio.
Okay. So if you were wanting to block off a larger frequency, I mean a larger
Well, remember,
band
the
of.
cutoff frequency is that. It's always going to be the product. How steep this curve is, how fast it drops off is a product of the Q.
Okay. I'm trying not to think about radio with everything, but I was just wondering if you were trying to create a filter to filter out what's the radio station right over here?
Oh,
You said it was
it's 970.
so you could take 970 and build a filter,
Oh, it's a notch filter. Yeah.
a notch filter
Yeah.
that would just make that disappear.
Disappear. Yep.
Okay, I am frequencied up here. So we're going to connect the tone generator.
Actually,
No, we don't need the tone generator now because this is going to generate it. We're going to go to ground. And we're going to go all the way to the end of this, correct?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, okay.
There we go.
Oh, wait a minute. Did you? Oh, you didn't ground the other end of this here. We want to look at this midpoint.
That's what I was.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this needs to go. This.
All right.
This
Now I
preamp needs
understand.
to go to ground.
So we can go from here. Come on. We're running out of ground spots here. How else can I do this?
Well, you can remove those entirely, can't you?
Yeah, they're not doing anything right now, are they? This diode and everything.
Yeah.
No. I was proud of that circuit.
Well, that's okay. Wait.
Now, does this matter which
No.
direction or
No.
order those are?
The only time you have to worry about polarity capacitors, you have the high voltage there, and you know, and then they'll explode on you if they're not happy.
Oh, sweet.
We aren't working
Curl
with
your
any.
hair.
All right.
I've been
So,
shot by a tantalum capacitor from time.
and where are we going to measure this? At the
Right
front of
now,
this?
no.
Oh, in between.
Yep.
I'm sure there's a reason for that.
Okay, so we have something that's not a square wave,
No,
and
it's
it's not quite a sine wave.
shark fin.
But why do you twiddle around with the frequency and you see what you get?
The frequency?
Here.
This, okay.
Oh,
Or if I remember correctly, we were already at the bottom last time I was messing with it, so I think we'll go up. We're trying to turn this into a sine wave.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, there we're at 38, 40.
It's getting more siney as we go on.
50. 60. Amplitude is dropping just a hair.
Yeah, that's good. We're
80.
everything down in this region here.
100. Yeah.
Yep.
should we go the other way?
No.
Just keep trying it.
Okay, so we got a good sawtooth wave. Now I wanted to go to the next step. You duplicate that circuit and put it after here.
You duplicate that circuit.
Put it after there.
Okay, so we're going to duplicate this circuit.
Now it's going to become a two-pole circuit. And you need another.
And so that's going to be in series? Is that what you're doing?
In cascade, actually.
Cascade. Okay.
Here's another 2200.
Draw the picture.
Beautiful mountain.
I'm uncertain how to. Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So they
That's
both have
called cascade. That's
they
not,
both have to go to ground.
That's not parallel?
Nope.
That's cascade?
It's cascade. Because how do you define series? You really can't define it either one.
Right.
Because from here on out, it looks like series to ground, but from
Right.
this point, it looks like parallel. So
Yeah.
the reason
Cascade circuit. So
now, where the big ambiguity, here's what I always like
Yeah.
doing a test.
So both, yeah. So those are both going to ground, right?
So, is that a series circuit or a parallel circuit?
what?
This.
What's not a circuit, really? I mean, it's.
Well, it is. It is. It's a complete circuit.
Series.
Yes.
Well, I don't
It depends on where
I don't
you
see any
measure
other
it.
connections
No,
out
depends
there.
on where you power it.
Well, that's why I was saying it's not a
Yeah.
complete
Not
circuit.
where
So
you measure it, but it's where you power it.
Yeah.
So if I break this here and put a generator here, it's series.
Okay.
But if I leave that intact and put the generator out here,
it's a
Aha.
parallel.
Parallel, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
so it's an incomplete question. It's one hand clapping until you have the
Right.
So I've got to go
What
through
about over here?
here.
a resistor.
Well, again, you can't really define it as either one. Okay? It's a series parallel network. Just like a transmission line, an infinite number of inductors and an infinite number of capacitors in parallel. So. Get into deep philosophical,
Oh, we can't go to the same.
deep philosophical
Yes.
waters around here.
Crying out loud. I can feed this. Okay, I think I got it. This was
If you
gonna
call it cascade, What's cascade on?
Well, cascade is like when you have two amplifiers following another, in a complex circuit, and you take the output of one and you go into another,
Right.
cascading, so the response is
Right.
cascaded.
So
same
that's what's
idea.
happening there?
Yeah.
I need to make this just a little bit more elegant than it is.
That's why it's called prototyping. First you make it work, then you make it pretty. That's our number one rule.
Then you make it pretty.
It's Thursday already. How's that happen?
I know.
You were at the Bible study last week. Did I wear you out all last Thursday night? Or?
I am weird out after Thursday nights in general now.
Ah.
This one I have to feed from. Yeah.
My wife's been asking me why I come home and just stare at the wall.
Oh, geez.
All right, I think.
One, I've had 2 cups of coffee.
Right, exactly.
Our mind is blown.
That's why I had to quit drinking those energy drinks in the class.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
It really helped while I was here.
So
Right,
both
but then
the
after-
capacitors are going to ground, and I'm feeding the one resistor after the other resistor. That should be it.
Exactly.
Okay.
That should be.
Which is waking up at 2.
Measuring though, that's going to be a little different. Almost have to create a
measure right here.
measure it right there.
Right there.
That's going to be right here. Right.
Okay.
Got power turned off. I don't know if that-
Oh.
No, it's on.
Oh, is it on? Okay.
Is that?
Oh, I see the light now.
Okay.
And then this one is going to ground there. Or is it?
What's this
Did I
guy?
screw up?
What's this guy for?
What's that?
Oh.
This takes it to the other capacitor. This jumps it over to this capacitor, then ground. This resistor goes to this capacitor, then ground. So I was trying to make that
Both in the
circuit.
same.
Okay. Click here. Okay. Okay.
Oh, I see.
Did I do that the weirdest way humanly possible?
Yeah, you did. You did.
Okay.
Okay. I actually can't follow that.
Let's just pull this
Tell you
out.
what,
Quite an accomplishment.
here's a ground bus going on here.
Is it?
Yeah, so why don't you
Okay.
just put one ground and then you can use all these things for ground and you keep it
That
all
would
nice and
that
sharp.
might help a lot. Mike. Whew. So I can take this off. Go to
Well, you don't want the power them positive here. Go back to where you want. You want
Oh, yeah. When you pointed to it, I just went right to your finger. I didn't realize. So we're going to take
yeah.
this.
So just use the right hand bunch there, and
All right.
that goes all the way down the.
So that whole thing is
The whole
grounded
thing's-
now. All right. So here's our output. Here's our output. And the first thing we're going to do is go resistor. To capacitor. To ground. And then this one, we're going to go from. Oh, I missed that. That's got to go here. This is going to be on that same circuit after the resistor. That was in my hand seconds ago.
Need another 22.
I did. Here it is. Here it is. I got it.
Bonus then do tend to walk off. And
That's it. All right. Found another one too. And then we're going to go from there. Capacitor to ground. Does that look a little more elegant?
That looks a little more.
So we're coming out. We tee off.
Yep.
And one goes to this capacitor to ground, and one goes to this resistor to this capacitor to ground.
Okay, so now all you have to do on your scope, you can put your negative probe in the scope there and put the positive there.
So the negative is going to go here. And we're going to look at here.
Okay.
Does it matter where that reading goes? Yeah, it would, right? At the very end.
So this is AC, so I can't look at that. You're measuring here.
Yep. Here? Oh,
How does this have anything to do with this?
Because you're taking the output of here.
You're altering the.
Yeah, so this one gives you first step and you get kind of a sawtooth thing.
Yep.
Taking that output here, you go to another filter which opens up that.
And again, okay.
Yep. Now in this case, we put these both at the same frequency. Ideally, a little tweaking, these should actually be slightly different frequencies. This would be tuned to the second harmonics. And this would be the third. But you are closer to a sine wave now, as you see.
I do.
yeah.
Now if you
Yeah.
twiddle the frequency, you might even get even closer. So. Yeah. It's trying.
Pretty shiny to me. It actually does, yeah. Every little movement now is huge.
Yeah. Now we got another kink in there because the square wave is not not perfectly symmetrical, so that makes it a lot more complicated design filters because you have a lot more weird
There's a lot more square points that you have to take off.
But there you have it.
Gotcha. That's a pretty
So
close to a
that's
sine
low
wave.
pass, two-pole low pass filter.
That wasn't complicated or hard at all.
Not at all. See?
So with our circuitry, we are now altering frequencies as well as the shape.
The shape, which
The
is
shape
a function of all the harmonics that you got. This is function of low pass filter.
We basically keep filtering out harmonics by using
Yeah.
that
Well, this is a very crude way of doing it, but the tuning's not very critical. You would actually get a lot sharper response with a high Q circuit, but I don't have any high Q enough components at this frequency yet. Much higher
To build a high Q.
Yeah.
What would that do if we had it in a hierarchy? You wouldn't be fiddling this far. You would know there'd be a very sharp area where it would, a smaller frequency range.
Yeah. Not too shabby for
No.
first. Any questions? Now I can go through refinements here. Ideally, we would have an inductor. For every capacitor, you'd have an inductor because resistors are lossy.
Right, right.
Q there.
We're just making heat with these.
Yeah. So anytime you can eliminate resistors,
And use an inductor.
Oh, we would have been using inductors instead.
Yeah.
Sure. Why didn't we?
Well, this one didn't work. We messed around with it, and it's we just.
So an ideal low pass filter would be, well, I wouldn't say ideal, but much better one. You can make as many stages as you want, you know. The more stages you have, the sharper the cutoff frequency is going to be.
Inductor capacitor, inductor capacitor, inductor capacitor, and with different values.
Yeah, there's a
in that
whole
same
bunch
circuit.
of different mathematical formulas for the type of filter, which is gives you the ratios. There's Chebyshev filters, there's Butterworth filters, there's Cowrie elliptical filters, and all they are is determines what the priority is. See, so far we've only looked at the difference in amplitude as we change it, but we haven't looked at the phase shift at all.
No.
And a lot of circuitries is very important to know what the phase shift is. So a Butterworth filter has a minimum phase shift over its passband, but it has much slower slope. But a Chebyshev has a sharpest cutoff that you can have. So you might have something that looks like this with full filter there. But you also end up with a ripple in the passband too. So everything's a compromise, you know. So the ideal filter does not exist. So, but they're the mathematical equations that are used for designing the ratios there. So far we only use two of the same values, but ordinarily you'll be tapered, you have higher values at the ends as you get closer to the middle of the filter. You constantly change. So there's all the Chebyshev polynomials that tell you how much how much change you need in between the filter. And there's some pretty cool filter design stuff for that. So.
Like you said, phase shift is important when you're because you're trying to not have them cancel out or whatever else.
Yeah. But very important in audio engineering. Phase shift is very audible.
Right.
Yeah. That, by the way, you know, you heard a big controversy why vacuum tubes supposedly sound better than transistors.
Yeah.
It has nothing to do with harmonic distortion. You can build a tube amplifier with less phase shift. You get amount of gain you can. So that it's more phase coherent.
So phase shift is very audible. We can really hear it, huh?
Yeah. Especially when you have by a single note by itself, you wouldn't know, but if it was mixed in with other stuff. That relative phase shift.
Now you get like a dissonant sound.
Well, not dissonant. It's just you get intermodulation between them, and I don't know if you heard the experiment, but you know, you like a single trumpet tone, you know, and a single. It's an asymmetrical waveform, you know.
Right.
Like a damped oscillator. There are some people that you record on a tape and they play it backwards and they can tell if it's going forward and backwards on a single note.
Wow.
And that's because of the phase shift difference between.
Some people can tell that.
Some people can tell that absolute phase. I can't, but now if you're singing, obviously if you play backwards, it's easy to tell. But but a single note on trumpet, you wouldn't think you tell it. That's a different character backwards and forwards.
I used to play with a guy that could tell on guitar. I don't know guitar very well, but he could tell if the pickups were out of phase.
Oh yeah,
by listening.
Well, actually, I have a couple switches intentionally to switch the phasing on. That's a very profound effect.
Yeah, I couldn't tell the difference, but he could just like, wait, that's out of phase. I was like, oh, okay.
So a little off the topic, but not too far off the topic. You know, we've talked about everything being harmonically related.
Yeah.
Well, one of the biggest problems in trying to synthesize a piano is because when you pluck a string in a guitar, it's pretty much, you know, it vibrates like this.
Wow.
Yeah. When you hit a string at the end, you not only have standing waves, but you have traveling waves that move back and forth. Because you're hitting at the end, so the waves bounce in. And those are not harmonically related.
But you can hear them.
Definitely hear them, but they're transient. They only when you first hit the note, eventually it decays into a harmonic. But another thing too is this velocity of propagation is frequency modulated or Doppler shifted by the fundamental wave. So you have this high frequency wave which is being Doppler shifted by the movement of the lower frequency wave.
Oh wow!
And that's almost impossible to synthesize.
Gotcha.
So that's why they went.
And every note is going to have a slightly different.
So that's why they went to the sampling synthesizer, where they actually take a real piano and they sample it. Because there was no way they could. Maybe now they could with AI or something, but for a long time they could not synthesize a piano accurately.
On an even more different note, the sound of the TARDIS moving in and out is somebody rubbing their fingers on a piano string. the TARDIS on Doctor Who?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh,
You've never
that's
watched
what
Doctor
that
Who?
is?
Yeah. That weird sound
Uh-huh.
when he's traveling through time.
Oh,
Anytime the TARDIS is disappearing, you hear that weird noise.
that's just somebody
Somebody's
moving it.
scraping their fingers on
Wow.
one of the low notes on a piano. That's completely irrelevant.
But anyway, yeah, transient things don't have to be harmonically related.
I guess it is relevant because nobody's been able to synthesize that sound of the TARDIS.
Well,
They've tried to make an electronic version of it, and it's not as good as they've made back in the 60s.
Well, that's why I haven't heard of it, 'cause back in the 60s.
You don't watch Doctor Who? Come on.
Really?
Man, I love
Not
that
in my
show.
time.
I love that show. You've seen it plenty of times, right?
I've seen a few episodes.
Have you? Okay.
The older ones are the fun ones. They really
Yeah,
are.
you know, they became too serious in the later ones.
Yeah.
You know, the early ones were, everything was tongue in cheek. Then they get,
Yep.
it's kind of like the Sopranos. Remember the early first season of Sopranos?
Yep.
It was all
Way
tongue
more
in cheek, you know, and then
Way
that
more
stuff
fun.
became very
Yeah.
soap opera.
Yeah.
At the end.
I actually barely finished that show, and I never did finish Game of Thrones.
Me either.
I couldn't finish it. I could
No.
not.
Got too much drama or
The
what?
violence is, I'm not
The
afraid of
violence.
violence. I'm not bothered by violence, but the needless, senseless violence that they put into that had,
The
I
problem
just didn't
for
like
me was I figured out their algorithm,
yeah,
and then I could predict what the
Every
next
single
episode
episode,
was. Yeah. So because their storyline was just repetitive
Yep.
the whole time, so it was just once
I-
you see the pattern.
I don't mind watching war movies or, movies where the bad guy really gets his comeuppance violently. That
Mhm.
doesn't bother me a bit, but
Yeah.
neat, senseless violence, I just,
Yeah. Well, especially the specific kinds of violence. they have.
the torture,
Yeah.
didn't get into that at all. I've seen enough real world violence in my lifetime. I don't need to
Right.
sit it on TV.
Okay, the remaining minutes of class.
Thank you very much. Good seeing you again.
Thank you, Julius.
I assume the rest
Yes.
is on the blackboard.
Okay, and so remaining minutes of class here. We have a quiz. Okay,
All
blackboard time for you.
I'm
all.
gonna stand
Oh,
up.
no.
Remember all your equations now.
No.
Yeah. The boss is gone. You have no excuse.
I don't have
You're
any
stuck.
excuse, no.
And the question is,
Ooh.
what is the voltage between here and here? Oh,
What's the difference? Or
what's the voltage between there and there? How much voltage? What's the voltage across that?
Why would you have two batteries in a circuit? Just to
Make
mess
the problem
with us?
harder.
Huh?
Make
Make
it
it just
harder.
to mess with us.
Not a lot
Yeah.
harder.
See? All right, I'm closest. No one else moved, so.
Yeah.
And you're gonna kick me when I use a cheat there. Yeah.
24 volts.
So one side of this is completely unaffected. But a complete circuit is always affected by. I'm trying to remember what you said. If you change the value here, it changes in the whole.
Well,
The whole
it can
circuit.
or it may not.
Okay.
Both those are negative. Well,
Do we pair this or
You
Is
can.
that- is that-
Yeah,
or is there
that
another-
wouldn't hurt.
give us a
wouldn't hurt. All
give
right.
us a
Wouldn't
hint?
hurt.
How should we solve this? 20 ohms.
Well, it's
10
never
ohms.
gonna hurt to do. It's never gonna hurt to do
Practice our peers.
the practice your peers.
Yeah.
So we need to know the voltage across here.
Yeah.
I almost feel like this is irrelevant because here's your complete circuit. A 20 ohm resistor, which is double this. Wait. It is double that.
Don't they cancel out or something like that?
They're 20 and
Or-
20. This is 20 ohms.
I forget
right here.
how it is. You
Add these
you add them
together,
when
and
they're
it's the same
together,
as
right?
that. So basically, you have a 20 ohm resistor in your circuit. That's really all you got to measure is this one right here. Oh wait, no. This has got to be
There would be 30.
It gets
40.
The more you look at it, the trickier it gets. Doesn't it?
Yeah, 40 ohms.
I was gonna say, would it be 30 if you're only hitting one at a time?
Between them, right? Okay. Let's think about this a little more. You're measuring here. You're measuring the voltage as it crosses here, and you're measuring the voltage as it crosses here. There's
I see what you're saying.
There's two complete
Are you?
circuits.
Gotcha. So it
There's
would
two
be
complete
so
circuits.
either way. Well, I guess one way it'd be 30, the other way it'd
The
be 20.
combined ohms of these two resistors equals that one resistor. But this is 30. This is 30. Oh, I don't like reading. 30, 20. And with two batteries, yeah, there's two batteries, one on each side, both 12 volt.
I'm trying to remember how it works because I know one way it doubles the current, the other way it doubles the voltage. Parallel or series. I can't remember which way it goes though. It's been a long time since I worked on solar.
Right. We're rooting for you.
Well, I'm trying to remember, when you draw a battery like this is the negative side.
That's the bigger side, yeah.
So you got the negative side on. Let me just.
Well, let me ask you
So
this.
this is negative. This is positive. Yep. This is negative. This is positive. So that is pretty relevant.
Could you just like wipe out one side?
I would.
Could you do that?
Would it change the equation? I don't think so.
But
Well, that's
I still haven't figured out
I don't
what
know.
we're doing here.
Actually, will. Want to see the cheat? Because actually doing this requires simultaneous equations. But I'll show
Does
you.
it?
Yeah, I'll show you the cheat.
Like
sheet.
the parallel,
Next time,
the parallel.
You jumped
Well,
up.
I don't remember what they are.
Next,
I just got excited.
next week we'll do it with the simultaneous equations. But
Okay.
let me show you a real cheat.
Yeah.
Because this actually takes more creative thinking than simultaneous equations.
Ah,
That's-
okay.
Is there any difference of potential between here and here?
Is there any difference of potential?
I'd say no.
Okay. If there's no difference of potential, does
won't cross.
that affect anything?
No.
Okay.
Okay.
So since that does nothing, that puts these two resistors in parallel.
In parallel.
So you just have two resistors in parallel in series with the 20 ohm resistor.
Aha.
So these in parallel 5 ohms and 20 in series is 25 ohms. Okay. Well, now I can figure out very easily with the ratio for the voltage divider here.
Right.
So it reduces, and these two batteries are just also in parallel.
So you put.
So let's have 5 ohms, 20 ohms.
20.
That's just a voltage divider, right?
So
The voltage here is always the ratio. So it's going to be 20 divided by 25. The whole resistance is 25.
Right.
And so this is 20 over 25. So it's 20 25ths or 4/5. 4/5 over 12 volts. Which is what? What's 4/5 of 12 volts?
10 volts. No.
Yeah. No.
No.
No, that would be
4/5.
that would
Four
be
fifths.
5/6.
4/5.
So 0.8, 0.8 times 12, 9.6.
No. 12 divided by 5 times 4. 9.6.
9.6 volts.
Okay.
So
Why is that number? Why was that? What's 9.6 volts?
Oh, there's
Batteries.
either
Yeah.
There's a battery that's 9.6 volts.
we skipped some math where we're using EIR and all that, or did we skip that? What did we miss
Well,
here?
I just gave you the cheat here.
Mhm.
You know, by putting that together, we use
Right.
parallels. It's a parallelize
Yes,
those.
but even at the end, what was the
Oh,
20,
on a voltage divider,
20,
if the voltage divider, the voltage across the bottom half is that resistance over the total resistance.
right?
So it's 20 over 25 ohms.
Yes.
So it's 20 25ths, right?
Yeah.
Of whatever our input voltage is. So it's 20
What's it?
25ths.
4/5 is how you.
4/5 of the. What equation is that?
That's your standard voltage divider.
Voltage divider.
The standard voltage divider.
Yeah, I know, but I want to see him do it again.
Standard.
Did we learn that? We didn't learn that in this class, did we?
Yeah.
We
Sure,
did.
that's Kirchhoff's voltage law.
Kirchhoff.
Kershaw.
Yeah, you remember that guy. Good guy.
Yeah.
Now that you say it, I do.
Okay.
I do remember Kirchhoff.
So that
There's
was
an equal value that this is just going to be divided in half, right?
right. 6 over 12. That would have been just.
Why is that?
We can do it piecemeal. Okay.
Like, why do they divide it?
Well,
instead of
6 over
adding?
12 is 1/2. Yeah.
You're combining resistance versus
Right.
Wouldn't that
dividing resistance.
double the
between-
resistance?
And if they're in parallel, then it's what?
Yeah, that hurts
What's
my
the
brain.
equation for that?
Because if you have a
If it's in
resistor,
series or parallel,
if it's resisted, and it comes out of that and it's resisted again, wouldn't that be 2 times
twice
resistance?
the resistance.
Like,
But if it's in parallel, what is it?
you would
Is
think
that-
it would only
is
count as
that-
the one, because if it splits at the node and then goes half
Through
through
2
each,
resistors.
and then combines at the node again.
You have more paths of.
Okay, let's do a peer review.
Okay.
You asked the question. Let's do the peer review.
It's like when first sergeant asked for volunteer, and you asked,
For what?
there you go.
Now,
We'll have to
isn't
find
this
out.
more fun than going out to the bars and trying your brakes?
It is.
I don't go to bars. And by the way, I was a first sergeant for 3 years, just so you know.
Aha.
Yes, I was.
Aha.
That was my last
He knows
3
all
years
the
in,
tricks.
in Air Force. I was the first sergeant for the squadron.
Air Force?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I became pretty good friends with my commander, and his son ended up being my business partner at Expressway Auto.
Nice.
He ended up buying that business from me. That was from my Air Force
Wow.
days, yeah.
Totally wrong.
He would have had a conniption.
Peer review.
Peer review.
Don't worry, it's all recorded. It's all going on YouTube. Yeah.
You didn't see anything.
It's out of phase for sure.
Yeah. Out of phase, not out of tune, huh? Okay. So it's going backwards. Love it.
Right?
So we know the resistance of these, right?
I only know
6
what's
ohms.
going on as long as he's in the class. Oh, let's stay back.
We
so
know
I'm
there's
not
volts here.
wrapped into this.
Because it's a
Well, remind me next week
Mhm.
to talk about power supplies that are not zero internal resistance.
Aha.
We'll talk about the maximum power transfer theorem. Have I even mentioned that before? Okay, we'll go over that. Very important when we start getting to radio transmitters and
Oh,
stuff.
yeah.
Oh, good.
So we have no watt rating anywhere.
We don't know.
Do we have enough information?
We don't
Yes,
know.
very definitely.
We do?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, while you were gone, is it a combined almost 12?
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
So-
series resistors just
so
add
so you just add them together. So 12 is the
total resistance.
total resistance.
Yeah.
And where are we measuring this circuit at? So,
Well, we went and down measured at the generator.
but you can't put 12 ohms in the generator.
No, but each resistor is 6 ohms, and then but
just
since
on
we
that
know
one
the
ohms.
total resistance, we can figure out what the current is.
Okay. Right.
So
it'd be
I
12 divided by 12.
over
So 1 amp.
Yeah.
Which would then be same
Yeah.
in the whole
Yeah,
circuit,
they're
right?
all gonna have 1 amp plus.
E equals. I have to get my chart out. He's not giving me any hints, so let me pull this out.
So E would be 6.
Yeah. Kind of answer the question right there, okay?
6 volts.
6 volts across each one. Now, just for a little extra, what power do each of those dissipate?
That would be 6 watts, wouldn't it?
Yeah. So you got 6 watts there. 6 watts there. And you would think that would give us 6 watts there.
You would think.
You would think.
You would.
But
that would make you
wrong.
No, the power, conservation energy, we have to have the same power here that's just paid by both. So we add the power up there. That's gonna be 12 watts there.
12 watts.
Yeah.
Uh,
Silly me.
oh, because pi.
Yeah. Well,
Just
power is, power always has to add up. I mean,
It
power
does.
consumed has to be equal power generated, right?
Yeah.
So that's always a good double check.
12 watts.
6 watts, 6 watts, 12 watts.
So this doesn't work like an order of operations kind of thing, does it?
Not really,
Like,
no.
it's not like it would hit this one,
No.
be reduced to 6 watts, and then hit this one, be reduced to even
No,
more
no.
to 3,
No.
and then it's just the whole.
So if those were
Current's the same in all every.
if those were light bulbs with the same filament, they would be the same brightness. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Or 2 motors in the
Or
series.
2 motors, it'd be the same RPM,
Yeah.
right?
Until you hold the other one, and the one that's not held goes faster. The DC motor. That's really cool experiment. Put 2 DC motors in series.
Yeah.
And you let them spin, and then you grab one of them, the other one goes faster. You're generating back EMF on the one that's not spinning.
Okay. Have you ever worked with step motors?
Oh, sure.
There's a YouTube guy that took a whole bank of step motors and plays music with them.
Oh,
What?
Wow, really?
Well, it's kind of like the musical Tesla coil.
Yep, those are similar.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's got like a bank of, and he puts like little things. I mean, just play music with step motors, harmonizing them and everything. It's really neat.
Okay, for homework.
Homework.
I had a whole weekend to think about it.
Ah, man.
Homework. What kind of teacher are you? Give it homework. Let's turn that off.
Okay, you have a black box.
Ooh.
Top
And
government secrets.
4 leads coming out of it.
Yeah.
You apply a voltage to 2 adjacent leads, any 2 adjacent leads, and the 2 remaining adjacent leads will output 1/4 of that voltage.
We'll output one, any two
Any 2 adjacent ones.
adjacent.
So if I put 12 volts here, I get 3 volts here. If I put 12 volts here, I get 3 volts here, all the way up.
You went 12 and 12,
And
you
we
went
need to-
3 and 3? Is that what you're saying?
We need to make that happen.
Yeah, what's inside there and how is it wired?
Zener diode.
You've been waiting to say that for weeks.
It popped out.
I'll be right one of
we're-
these days.
We're gonna have to draw inside of here,